prosperous future for women and girls. Each of you gathered here today has demonstrated a desire to shape the future. And over the course of this Shape the Future conference, you will hear from world leaders and you'll consider the concepts of ethical leadership, conflict prevention, and peace building. Whether it's peace, equity, or education, or another cause that drives you, find something about which you are passionate and become a voice for change. Malala stated, "If we believe in something greater than our lives, then our voices will only multiply. If we stand with others who also want to create a more peaceful future, then our voices will multiply as well. We will be stronger, louder, and more powerful advocates for change." Thank you and best wishes for an inspiring and motivating conference. I have no doubt that each of you will play a role in shaping the world and make it more peaceful, equitable, and just.
Played in this video. Give her a resounding round of applause, because I know somewhere, somehow, she is watching this event. Thank you. Quickly, we will take another video which will be as inspiring as this one. This one is coming from Daniel Ops, and he will do his presentation now. If it's ready, we will take it.
I'm the president and CEO of AFS Intercultural Programs, and I'm joining you today from New York. I was planning on being there with you in person, but unfortunately the security situation made it more difficult to travel. I'm so sorry that I can't be there with you, but I very much hope to be able to come visit you in Nigeria very soon. I'm so delighted to participate in this important event, even just virtually, and I want to give a big shout out. I was planning on being there with you in person, but unfortunately the security situation made it more difficult to travel. I'm so sorry that I can't be there with you, but I very much hope to be able to come visit you in Nigeria very soon. I'm so delighted to participate in this important event, even just virtually, and I want to give a big shout out to Noel Alumona for putting on this conference and for your leadership of this amazing organization, Boys Champions. Noel is probably too modest to share with you that he also won the AFS Award for Young Global Citizens this year for his commitment to contributing a more just and peaceful world. We are so inspired by your work, Noel. AFS was founded more than 100 years ago, and our mission is to provide intercultural learning opportunities to help people develop the knowledge, skills, and values needed to create a more just and peaceful world. In short, we're all about developing active global citizens, and I think you will all agree with this. Our world needs more active global citizens. Each of you can be a global citizen too. Being a global citizen is not about stamps in your passport, but it's about your curiosity about issues that affect your community or the world. Being a global citizen is about being able to relate to others across differences and showing empathy. Being a global citizen is about your willingness to take action to make the world a more just, sustainable, and peaceful place. And AFS provides a lot of opportunities, and I want to share with you just 3 ways of how you can participate and become a global citizen. If you're a student, I encourage you to participate in an AFS exchange program for a semester or a year and experience another culture or language. Or you can apply for a scholarship for our AFS Global STEM Changemakers program. This is a full scholarship focused on science and sustainability as well as global learning. or participate in an AFS virtual exchange program. It's a great way to meet people from around the world online and to build your global skills. If you're a teacher, apply for the AFS Effect Plus scholarship. It's an online program that gives teachers skills to teach about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We have full scholarships available, and it benefits your whole classroom. And finally, if you're between 18 and 32 years old, I encourage you to participate in the Youth Assembly. It's one of the biggest platforms in the world that brings together young leaders and change makers. The next Youth Assembly will take place in New York City from August 11 to 13, 2023. And Noel knows all about it. He is on the Youth Assembly Advisory Council, and he also serves as a Youth Assembly ambassador in Nigeria. And I'm excited to share with you today that we have made available 5 full scholarships for young people from Nigeria to travel to New York and participate in the Youth Assembly. We hope for a big Nigerian delegation at the next AFS Youth Assembly in New York City. You can find out more about all the opportunities that I shared and more opportunities at nigeria.afs.org. And I want to thank all of you who are participating in this event for your commitment to shaping the future. I wish you a wonderful conference and hope to meet you soon in Nigeria or in New York City. Thank you so much and goodbye.
Here at Boys Champions live video that's on right now on your various social media handles. Use the hashtag Shaping the Future or the hashtag STF2022, but particularly hashtag Shaping the Future. Akam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Von Madukwe. Thank you very much, Daniel Obbs. Let's give him a round of applause. It was a crystal presentation, an encouragement, and maybe some of us will take advantage of what he publicized in his speech. Let's go to another plenary session, the second one, and this one is entitled Opportunities for Youth, Gender Equality and Women Inclusion. And I will take the time to ask a woman, a lady, to be the moderator as scheduled. I want to invite Amanda Elo, who is a seasoned broadcaster and every person who will now moderate. Please give her an encouraging welcome. Thank you very much. Amanda, you're welcome. And thank you so much for being here as early as you did.
Thank you very much. Do not mind my shoe. It's a gossip on its own. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Amanda Eloma Obuagwa. I choose to go with Amanda Elo. I think it's easier for a lot of people. Let me start by saying greetings to His Eminence, Cardinal Naikon, and to every other person here. I'm standing on existing protocol, all protocols duly and respectably observed. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. I need to say this. I am delighted to be in a gathering of youths who are change makers, bold, wise, enterprising, and most importantly, ordinary youths. Ordinary youths who are doing their best to make Nigeria conducive for themselves. I see you all, and I appreciate your presence here today. Thank you so much for coming. This is a phenomenal event, and I shall do my best to make this conversation as conversational and relative as possible, or relatable to every person here. I see children from secondary schools and primary schools. I don't want us to talk so abstractly that they don't understand what we're saying here today. So I'm going to make sure as much as I can, because I have amazing people on my panel. So when we start talking, I want every person to feel involved. I want you to know that we have real life problems and we are out to solve those problems as much as we can, because we are shaping the future. Before I introduce them, I want you to give a round of applause to my panelists, the persons coming up to join this panel. Thank you so much. Okay, so because my Lord the Archbishop already mentioned that the youths are leaders of today, I'm glad that the persons who I'll be talking with today are youths. Like youth, real life youth. You know, when you say youth, like young people like you and I have Augustine Achu. I want him to come up and tell you who he is by himself. That's how I want to do it. Augustine Achu, you're welcome. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you so much. Yes. I also have Roya Montasa. Roya Montasa is the lady of the moment, apart from Hafsat, actually. You're welcome. And finally, I have Godfrey Emorilebo. You see how he's dressed like a tech guy? That's what I want here. I want us to have conversations, real-life conversations that affect us. Thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. And while we're at it, I want to say thank you to Boys Champions. This is not easy. This is amazing. Because if we want to make boys better, if we want to make women better humans, I think we should start by the kind of men we train around us. If you have good men, then women do not have to fear for their lives or fear for anything. Yes, I feel so. So I'm glad we're having this conversation today. Thank you so much for coming. We are the panel with the responsibility of 3 distinctive and broad topics, very complex topics. And if you listened, the Archbishop already gave us a warning. Yes, he warned us before we started. We're talking today on opportunities for youths, gender equality and women inclusion. Very delicate topic, and that's what we're going to be doing. Now, before I delve into the topic, I'd like you to introduce yourself, Mr. Augustine Achu. Who are you? Let them know, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for sticking around until now for this conversation, and I hope the panel and the rest of the program will be as interesting as the first panel was. My name is Augustine Achu, Augustine Chidera Achu. I live in the US. I work with a non-profit organization called Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, TAPS for short. We provide peer-based emotional support for those grieving the loss of a loved one in the US military. But on the other side, I am on an international program where we try to... I know Noah will frown if I don't say this. I'm a US Marine, and and also, as we have touched upon here, education, very importantly, if you have noticed, is an ongoing process. Someone said it's actually life itself. So I'm also doing my PhD in political science, international relations, in one of the best universities in the world, Howard University, Washington, D.C.
Thank you so much. I hope one day someone would say Nnamdi Azikiwe University, one of the best universities in the world, and we keep moving on. Thank you so much for that. Roya, let's have you.
Hello everybody, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Roya Montasir, and I'm from Libya. I've worked back home on different causes such as youth empowerment, empowering the private sector and entrepreneurs, empowering women, and conflict resolutions and dialogues in Libya. I met Noel in India, and from all the places, and I was honored to be invited here and to be amongst you today, and I'm looking forward to this fruitful discussion. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Roya. And over to you, Godfrey.
Hello, everyone. So, I feel like I'm the only Nigerian based in Nigeria in this panel.
I'm here too. Look at me.
So my name is Godfrey Libo. I run a tech startup called Curiosity Exploring that started sometime last year after the president came out on national television and said that Nigerians will graduate from good universities with good degrees and the government would not be able to provide jobs for them. So that thought alone provoked us into forming a community of developers that try to tackle real world problems and learn from there. I'm very grateful to be here, and I hope that we shape the future well. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So we're starting with opportunities for youths, and I think you all were chosen here for a reason, because you're change makers, you're already doing something, right? And so the very first question we have here is, how have we provided seats for the young people at the table? I wish we had like a politician here, because I really want to ask that question to a politician, but let's start with all of us here. We have a tech guy, we have a woman empowerment person, we have you who's empowering different youths in different parts of the world. Now when we talk of empowerment, I think Chike asked that question, what do we even mean by empowerment? So how have we provided seats for the young people at the table? It could be metaphorical. What have you done for the youths so far? What should we put into consideration as far as putting them on the table is involved?
So, well, I know I'm not towing Dr. Nkechi's, Professor Nkechi's line on politics, on who is a politician. I know I am not a politician by profession. I read political science. I'm studying under political science and all of those things. Before I left Nigeria, I was really active in politics. If you know my roots, you will understand why I said that. But I am sure that creating a space, or getting the youth to the table, demands a particular thing which we can actually decipher and break it down into different things. And what does that mean? It's engagement. The youth, we have been used to this idea that was forced upon us. We didn't create that by ourselves, that we are rather instruments of violence rather than instruments of change, advocates of positive change. So we have always been used to that idea that we only come in when the guy on the top says, oh, I don't like this result is not in my favor, and then we come in and do the brouhaha and all of those things. We've been used to that, but that is not engagement, and that is not how we get to the table. And I believe for the past few months now, we are seeing something, a semblance that looks like what we should be doing. And we should all recognize the fact that they say power is not given, it is what is taken. And it's easier for us to take power, but we have to recognize that. So to create that opportunity on the table, I would say, as my own opening speech, is staying engaged, or first of all, being engaged, staying engaged, and never back out. Because guess what? Mr. Frank Nweke knows this as much as the general and your eminence. They will always want to force us out. If you don't know, now know it. They will want to frustrate us that we don't have the money. They will want to frustrate us that we don't have the what? Who can tell me that?
Structure.
The structure. What else? What other structure do you need other than go register and have a voter's card? They will want to frustrate us with that, but say what? No. So we come to the table, determine. Oh, don't mistake it. Some of our youth will also sell us out, but when they get there and sell us out, what do? We record them. The power is in our own hands. So let us create the opportunity for ourselves to get to the table, stay at the table. When they want to frustrate us, we tell them we are not going nowhere. For what? Tomorrow is what? Today. So pretty much get engaged, stay engaged, and so what? Do not back down from being engaged.
All right, thank you so much for that. I want a round of applause for him, please. Ray, I would like to ask you next, but I would like to skip you for a reason, because yes, I'm coming for you. Let's go to the tech guy. So you're in tech, and we've got youths, so many of them. We're talking on employment, we're talking of people transitioning from this to that in order to make ends meet. So I want to know, what have you done, you as a tech startup manager? That's who you are, right? Yes. What have you done so far for the youths around you?
Okay, I think that's the best question anybody has asked me in a while.
Oh my God.
So, Right, so sometime last year, the president came out on national television and said you graduate from Nigerian universities and have good degrees and the government will not be able to provide jobs for you. And it hit me personally because I have a lot of friends. I kind of grew up in the north, and then I started working in Lagos first, and then I worked in Onitsha too. So I kind of have a cycle of friends around the country. And so I spoke with my co-founder, he's sitting somewhere behind though, and I asked, how do we be part of the solution? How do we come in now and try to solve problems? Because at that point, I was working for like 3 companies. I'm head of research and development for a New York company called Yokumbo. And then they are saying in Nigeria that you will not have jobs even if you graduate from school. So what's that? So we created a Google form. That's how we started trying to solve the problem. We created a Google form that said, hey, you want to be part of a group of a community of people that don't care about your current level of education, your age, the skin color you have, or whether you're smart or not smart. You want to be part of this group of developers, then sign this form and let's form a community. And in less than 3 days, we had 283 people sign up from 27 out of the 36 states in Nigeria, and about 6 other foreigners from Africa and then Europe. And it was amazing because initially I didn't think we would have that kind of number. I was thinking like 10, you know. So from there we started from the very rudiments. In Sound of Music, they say that the best way to start is to start from the very beginning. And that's where we started. So the concept of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, the things you need to be a programmer. So that's how we started. And we kept going. But now in the context of solving real world problems. So if we want to learn something, we look at the problem in society, and then from that point, we start asking ourselves, what do we need to know so that we can build this? And we keep building until we get it to finish. So that's what we've done.
Okay, and that's impressive. Thank you so much. Round of applause for him, please. Amazing. Roya, you work with women, right, as far as empowerment is concerned. It is one thing to be a youth, and it is another to be a woman who is a youth. I don't want to add black. Let's leave that part. But let me ask you, how has it been for you as a woman who is trying to empower other women? What do you see? How does it go for you, and how does it go for those women you try to work with?
Well, excellent question. Thank you, Amanda. I can say that it's not easy. It's not easy being a woman, first, and then being a woman who is ambitious, a woman who wants to build a career in a culture, because my culture and society is similar to yours, so I understand the struggles, or at least some of the struggles. I think that it's important for women to inspire and to also be empowered to make the change, whether it was in a company or as an influencer or as a activist in the society. And I will start by saying a real life story that I'm basically one of the see, I told you.
Yeah, I feel you.
I am the one woman in my company that is ahead of the department.
Wow.
The youngest. Now that's not easy. You would think people trying to make assumptions about how you got there or how you are in the place that you are. Yeah. But don't let that affect you. You got there because you deserve it. You got there because you are worth it. And I think it's very important to highlight the importance of boys and men to support this, because I think this is it's a very interesting thing to discuss gender roles in general, because you see it's not just a fight for women, it's also a fight for men, because you see, hi guys, you have sisters, you have mothers, you have daughters, so that's also a fight for you and your family and your loved ones for you to make. And I think that the idea of educating and enlightening boys and men to support that cause is very, very important. And I think it starts with, because it starts with communication and fruitful dialogue, because that's how it goes. It's not an argument between me and him. It's not that, that's not how you resolve or go to a conclusion that is effective. The dialogue should go as a communication, a conversation that we both wish to conclude to something that will help us both to hold our places in the society. And I think this is this is the key. This is the key to how this should work and to make a successful, result of the conversation.
Okay. So I'm going to, a round of applause for Hafiz. I'm going to move to the next one, which is basically gender-based violence and all of that. But I need, like I said, I'm interested in persons here understanding what we're saying. And there is somebody here who's watching this who's saying, I want to be like Roya. There's somebody watching right now who wants to be like Augustine. There's somebody looking at the tech guy who wants to be like the tech guy. So before we delve into gender, because it's always a buzz boost thing, before we delve into gender talk, I want each of you to maybe tell people, just quickly, some of your greatest challenges in your field and how you were able to surmount these problems and you're standing tall today. Let's start with you, Augustine.
Well, in my field, I'm in a lot of fields.
Pick one.
And when you, let me just put it out there. When you are in the military, when they say field, it's really wild out there. But in the real wild world, it's always a field, right? And the challenges that I faced, that I am still currently facing, because some of them, they come in different shapes and forms. They remain the same, and they are peculiar to each and every one of you. I was like you. I'm not going to lie to you. Don't be deceived by this. I was somewhere like you before I got to this, and that's what I always tell people. If I can get to this, it's only a matter of time and the right calculations. So why I'm saying this is because since 2008, I have been in tertiary institution. The only time off I had was when I went to NYSC, 2013-2014. And when I graduated with my second master's degree, 2019 to 2020. That was my only time off from school, from university. So my challenges has been around getting myself sharpened up to become who I am. And some of those challenges, that's why I said, is the same thing that you are facing, you're passing through. Being able to be consistent. We always hear this word about consistency, right? But it is not easy to demand of yourself to be consistent. I can easily say, come on, can you be consistent for once? If you say you're going to do this, why don't you do it? But how about yourself? You have to go to school, you have an exam, and all of those things. How consistent are you in studying? It's a challenge to sit down to study, especially when you have a lot of things. Because even before I graduated from undergrad in Imo State University, I already started a business. I started an event management business. I was making cakes, decorating places, and planning weddings and whatever thing you can, like some event. I was doing all of those things and at the same time studying. So how do I become consistent in my study? Because at that, a few months ago that I changed my career path, which is another thing that you have to understand. You may not be able to figure it all out, but just one step at a time, incremental steps. A few months ago, I wanted to be who? I wanted to be a professor. I wanted to teach, and that's why you see me bachelor's, 1 master's, 2 masters, now a PhD. It's impressive. So I wanted to do all of these things, but I have to remain consistent in order to go through all of those.
Okay.
So for that, if you remain consistent, have realistic plans. Don't give in to peer pressure. You may be able to get there, not exactly how you wanted, but then it will pay off. But then as a practitioner, you have the challenges of dealing with other people. people of your age, people below you, and people above you. How are you able to manage the consistency of the relationship that you have with them? You find out that in everything it's about consistency, especially in our today's world, where a man that is maybe as a 30-something-year-old guy, a man that is just like 10 years above you wants you to like fall down on the floor before he could actually accept your resume, is your CV, to even submit. How do you manage that relationship? And yourself, you know, giving a helping hand, as little as you think you are, you can give a helping hand. And how do you deal with your own peers? All of these things are all calculated steps, incremental enough for you to get to a level. So if you can manage these challenges, as I am trying my best to do, because they will always be there. If I went through them, if I am still going through them, my brother, you will even go through more. And for that reason, I would say consistency is the biggest challenge that I have to face. And I'm not saying this because I'm the master consistent. No. But because I tried my best, and I think my best is paying off gradually. So if you could use, through my own eyes, of the way I manage consistency, I dealt with my consistency issues. Not because you know exactly as I did it, but knowing that it could be done. I guess you can surmount that challenge.
All right, thank you so much. Consistency. I've had consistency over intensity any day, wherever you are. So keep trying. Roya, let's talk about your challenge so far with, how have you done it?
I would like to start by saying believing in yourself. As youth, we have a lot of doubts, and these doubts are confirmed by all around us, by elders who are in power, who are telling us, no, you cannot be where I am today because I know better, because I have more experience, because I'm wiser. And that's true, and they are. And that's why I want to just follow on what the bishop said, that we need to show them the way out. We need to prove ourselves. Because you see, if we want power, and power comes with great responsibilities, we need to prove that we are there, that we can lead. And that's, I think, as youth, we take for granted, because not just because we're youth, then that therefore we means that we need to educate ourselves. We need to empower ourselves by ourselves and by elders who are, I don't want to call them elders because I think that's a bit rude, but I want to call them wise people we can learn from them. And then after we will learn from them, and after we prove to them that we are up to the challenge, then we can nicely show them the way out. And I think I just want to follow back on the fact that I think believing in ourselves is really, really important. And having all of these doubts, all of that inner voices in our head telling us that no, you cannot be what you want to be, is something very frustrating. And that's why I would like to ask everybody here today, do you believe that you can actually, really, you can make the change that you want? If you do, raise your hand. Do you actually think, okay, good. To some extent, yes, very good. Yeah. I think that's very important, and I think we need to surround ourselves by people who can empower us and tell us that, yes, by parents who will tell us that, okay, you want this, then there you go. Disciplines, by teaching us all of these values for us to pursue what we want and pursue it in the right way.
Over to you right now. Thank you so much, Roya, please. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm very impressed with the answers already. I think they've said all the things I'm supposed to say. So I'm going to use practicals now to try to answer my own questions. The challenges we faced and how we are trying to surmount them. So sometime when we started, at some point we noticed that interest was waning in our community. And so how do we bring that interest back? We ended up learning how to build cryptocurrency tokens. And we built Emory Coin under the Solana blockchain as a way of sending incentive, that's tokens, to people inside the community when they do assignments. You get it worked amazingly because it sparked back the interest that was waning, and people started learning how to code faster. People were more engaged. People were trying to unblock their fellow friends, because remember this, we are a community of people from various backgrounds and ages, you see. So I have my small cousin who is about 4 years or 5 years old inside. I I also have my mom inside, you see, and lecturers as well. So it's amazing. You have to figure out a way to bring people's interests together. That's one of the things we did. Now, immediately we jumped into blockchain. It became more exciting because before then, we were just hearing blockchain like Bitcoin and just that. But once we got there, we started seeing that the world would become a better place if more applications were built on the blockchain, because it's more trustworthy, it's more transparent. And so the next thing we started doing was thinking about how to migrate applications that were already built into the blockchain. We were successful in migrating Raven. Raven was more like, think about it like an e-commerce platform. Well, we were able to migrate it into Web 3.0, which makes it a blockchain application. And how that works and the advantages that has is, it's mind-blowing, because now a shop owner inside the platform owns his or her account. So depending on your rating, your reviews, your history, and the things your goodwill you have and all, you can decide to sell your shop. It is your own, so you have freedom. The next thing we did was we looked at a chat platform we were trying to build and learn from. We called it Explorer. Now the Explorer, think about it like something like WhatsApp. But we now decided that these new skills we've learned, which is the blockchain thing, let's try to add it into this application. And what we ended up doing was build an application that your chat can become a story. You own your chat, so your chat can become a story. Instead of WhatsApp and probably selling out those your chats, you have the right to sell it yourself. So if you think that the content you generate makes a whole lot of sense, you can click a button and make it into an NFT. What NFT is non-fungible token, and for that reason, you can sell it out. Like, if you feel like it, you see, you can sell it out and be like, hey, so is there anyone interested in this kind of story? I have a story to sell. And you can sell it and get money from it. Your own money, not us now, not like the organization, like what WhatsApp does. And a third, and I think this is the biggest thing we are doing right now, is so we own the YouTube channel. Of course, we were training people. Why shouldn't we? And in that YouTube channel, there were sessions where we do tutorial videos, and but we also owned another part, like a playlist, where we talk about issues in Nigeria. Remember, we were provoked into existence when the president said you will graduate and government will not be able to provide jobs for you. So we had this session, this playlist up, where we talk about issues in Nigeria and how we feel we can use the power of tech to solve that problem. And on one of the videos, we talked about the election system in Nigeria, how the way it's structured and the way it's built, it's not right for a lot of reasons. Number one, why will you finish election in Nigeria and you have to wait for 3 or 4 days before collisions happen, when a JavaScript function can do that with just one line of code and in a split second? And then you expect all the vice chancellors to go to Abuja in this bad road. I traveled from Abuja to here and we were knocked, like they hit us like 4 or 5 times. Our bumper is broken, we are trying to fix it. The roads in Nigeria are terrible. Now, how do you expect, what happens to those vice chancellors that are coalition officers when they are traveling on that route? Like, it was not making any sense. And so we had this video of trying to reach out to INEC and say, hey, so we think the current system you have is not very good. We might be able to do something better if we translate this into a Web3 platform, because it becomes more trustworthy, it becomes more transparent. It is on a blockchain, so everybody sees exactly what is happening. Here's the funny thing to it. Like, in less than 2 days after that video was up, our YouTube channel was completely dropped, suspended. And we reached out to YouTube and said, hey, so we've not broken any of your rules yet. Can you bring back our channel? Because even though, if you might have issues with that video, there are other videos that we've put in so much manpower to build, and people are actually learning from it from across the world. Can you bring back our channel? And we also added this, that because YouTube says on their terms and conditions that the only reason your channel will be suspended is if you have 3 strikes, like if you break their rules and you have 3 in less than 90 days. So we added this and said, hey, so we've not broken anyone yet. That's number 1. Number 2, even if we have broken, we've not broken 3. Number 3, it's not 90 days yet. Can you bring back our channel? And YouTube reached back to us and said, we've seen your appeal and your account is still suspended. To have that kind of comment, so I'm trying to answer your question correctly. To have that kind of comment come from YouTube, we felt like Google was the center of everything tech, you see. So to have that kind of comment come from YouTube it was terrible for us, because it meant that the tech world is not where it should be yet. It does not have that freedom, that democracy yet. Because here we are trying to solve a problem and then you're dropping our channel, so we can't. And so we decided, this is how we decided to move forward. We went all super regulatory and decided to build a platform that looks like YouTube. We are in the process of doing it. We know it's heavy, we know it's big, we know that it's too much work for us, but come on, why shouldn't we? At least we should give it a try and give it the best shot we can. And we are doing an amazing job there, because it has more important things than what I think the current YouTube has, because you as the account owner of a channel on the platform will have the rights to do everything. Unlike YouTube, you will not have to wait until you have 4,000 watch hours and 1,000 subscribers before you start earning royalty from your channel. From the very start, as you're doing things on the channel, you start earning your cryptocurrency while you are on the platform.
What's the name of the platform again?
We are still working on it, but we intend to call it Grasp.
Okay.
And it's amazing because that has gotten the attention of FCDO, that's Foreign Commonwealth Development Office. They organized a global symposium last month, October, and they invited us. And we told them about it. They've seen some of the things we are doing, and they are so amazed about it and want to host the next symposium on our platform. So here's my answer to the question you asked. More challenges always comes, like it always comes. You have to have the mindset that makes you get used to those challenges. Like, let your mind be such that, okay, they will come. The beauty of living is, how do you keep growing from them and learn from it? Okay. That's my answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. How you build amazing things from your challenges. You know, you turn your sorrow to joy. That's amazing. Let's move now to gender conversations. We're going to be taking your questions very soon, but let's just, you know, say something really quick, because I feel we've spent a lot here. Quickly, we're talking about gender, we're talking about the boy child, we're talking about the girl child. We've had women accept some things. I was in a car the other day and a woman said, see, if your man cheats, it's not a problem. The problem is he should not show you who he's cheating with. This person is comfortable with this life. Yes. And she was telling me that. We've had women tell men, you don't cry, you don't do this. And these things are part of the problem, foundational issues. I want us to quickly, please, because we do not have time, each and every one of us, how do you think we can end violence and discrimination against women? That's it. You can have.
I believe that the issue of ending gender-based violence is it's a commitment for all. It's not a one-man thing. It's not a march for women. It's not a campaign for just young ladies or something like that. It's an all hands on deck kind of a thing. But more especially, there's something Noel started, which is Boys Champion. And I think he's trying to turn their attention to something that is, you know, non-conventional, which is the idea that, do you know, if we actually get the boys right, it will be a lot more easier for the society to thrive. It will be a lot more easier for ladies, for the girl child to thrive in the society. And that is my own, because I'm a man. And I totally agree that some of the things that my sister as a girl child, Roya, and you know, anyone that is a female here. I may not understand the thing the way you're saying it, and same with the way I see it. But from my own standpoint as a man, I have to make what an enabling environment. Something Roya mentioned. It is not an argument. It is a conversation. And for that sake, as a guy, as a boy, as a man, however you want to identify yourself, as a dude, you have to be able to consciously, I mean it by the word consciously, you have to consciously know that the world is already skewed to your favor. I asked a friend of mine this question one time. I said, do you know that I haven't seen that religion. I haven't seen that religion that doesn't have a male figure up there. It's always we don't know what God looks like, right? So we painted God with this white old man with big beard, right? Why didn't we say this white old woman with, I don't know, no hair on her head? You know, the Buddhists, the Muslims, everything is about the man. The man is a patriarchal word, no matter how much you want to say. Even when you go to those traditions that women can marry more than one man, it's still, you know, a man at the top somehow. So as a man, you have to consciously recognize that the world has been skewed to your favor. And because the world has been skewed to your favor already, you should be making an enabling environment for conversations that will enable the advancement. Hey, check it out. You will get married one day. Oh, I don't want to be married. I want to be like His Eminence. There's no problem. You will be dealing with Reverend Sisters and nuns. No, you know what? Let me just remain celibate. Well, the world is not made of only men. So whichever way you turn, there's a woman right there that needs recognition. And don't be mistaken also. At some point, the woman will be your oga. The woman will be your oga. Does not mean that you have to find a way to fight her. You have to recognize it at all times. Because see, it is not the gender-based violence and the gender issues that we're talking about. It's not about how much do you have? No. It's not about no, it's about the realities of life. As a man, you already, as just the moment you drop like this, you already, your social capital is a certain level as against that of a woman. No matter how rich you are as a woman, no matter how poor you are as a man, the society just sees us differently. And for that reason, that enabling environment is needed. Create that conversation. Don't go making arguments and critiquing how it should be and how it should not be. It's actually a conversation. Get into conversations with your fellow. See, I'm tired of the fact of let's bring them to the table. Let's ask them how to come to the table, because on how to get themselves there.
That's impressive. Thank you so much. Let's have Godfrey talk. I want you to end it. Let's have Godfrey. Godfrey, please. How do we end it? As a tech guy, because I know you have ladies there with you. How do we do something about women, please?
I don't know.
Ah, my brother.
Okay, so to be more serious,
yeah,
I feel like the tech gives us opportunity to be to have equality and freedom. I feel like when you write with codes, the codes are zeros and ones at the end of the day, and everything is equal at the end. So you write codes, but whatever codes you write, they are always equal with the one a woman will write. So there's supposed to be equality. So my answer to that question is, let's all of us go to tech and we should be able to have equality there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, tech the equalizer. Let's have you now, Roya.
Well, this is a very triggering topic to a lot of people. Gender equality, role genders, gender roles, and all of that. So I think the best way to tackle it is, ladies, let's imagine we're born a guy, a man in this world. Do you think you would let everything that you were just given by nature, just so convenient to you, up so easily? You would let all of your rights, the privilege that you have, let go of it so easily, well, then that's how you can understand why men are so reluctant to give it up. But let's go to men. Gentlemen, hey, let's imagine you're a woman. How would you deal with all of your rights being questioned, all of your day-to-day life being, scrutinized and questioned and minimized, your basic needs being asked if they're needed or not for you, and all these questions? Would you be okay with that? Do you think you can relate? Do you think you would want to change the way that women are now asking for change? So that is the real question, because it's a 50-50% that you will be born a woman or a man. So if you were just lucked out, and I don't want to be, because that's the thing, if I was, I asked myself this, if I can choose what gender do I want to be, I would still be a woman. Because you know why? Because I think that if I was a man, I would be so privileged and so blinded by that privilege that I would not see. I don't want to say an idiot, but I will, borderline. Because I will not see what I can see as a woman. I will not be exposed to the I don't want to say suffering, because I don't want to dramatize an experience for all women, but we do suffer. We do, we do go through it. So I would not go through it if I was a man, and that's something that I appreciate. And because of that, I asked that question for every man to consider. If you were a woman, how would you deal with that? And if for every woman to understand why men are being so reluctant to give up that power. So yeah, thank you.
All right, okay, thank you so much. Apparently, I know some people will be complaining, why do we keep talking about the women? If you've been with a good man before, if you've been in a company of good men before, you'd understand why we should have these conversations. There are women who are suffering, and I don't understand why, because I grew up with good men. And I want us to have these conversations over and over again till everybody understands that this is their responsibility, and make it conducive for not just the women, for themselves. Because if you give that leveling ground from the foundation, you can express yourself as a man. You can do what you need. We will no longer expect you to just bring money to the table. We would expect more from the man. When they ask, what can a man bring to the table? A lot of people do not know. Some say money. I think you can do more than that. So it is when you start treating us well, if you start treating the women around you well, the girl child around you well, that we begin to understand the value you as a man are embedded with. I hope we make Nigeria a better place. John F. Kennedy would say, do not think of what the government will do for you, but what you do for the government. But that is in a working system. I'm sorry if I've offended anybody. We have the responsibility, because we've talked of opportunities for youth, we have the responsibilities, you and I have the responsibility of making this country a better place. So whatever you do today, wherever you are, please strive to represent, to make it better. All right, because we would have the next group of leaders emanate from us, and if we don't make it better for them, nobody will make it for us. Thank you so much for joining us here, and I thank my panelists. It's been amazing having you here. Thank you so much for joining me. Once again, I'm Amanda Elo, and I want you to enjoy every bit of this conference. God bless you. Oh yes, we couldn't take questions. Apparently, it seemed everything we said, we've exhausted a lot of things. So Vaughn is coming up next for that.
Please appreciate them. Put your hands together for them.
Hello, it's amazing.
Okay, so don't forget the social media thing. How many of you have done it? Okay, the group photo. Please come back for the group photo. I don't know if any of you have done the social media thing. Have you done that? Anybody who's tweeted or retweeted or shared? If you don't, let me see your hands up. Okay, nice, amazing. So continue to do that. Remember, it is at Boys Champion on Facebook, on Instagram, and then on Twitter as well. Don't forget to use the hashtag Shaping the Future or STF 2022. Okay, we recognize the presence of all the students up there. Please say hi.
Hi.
Good. We didn't forget you. You're still part of us. Thank you.
Emory, I like the way you're dressing. You came as you are. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please a round of applause for them once again. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. We shall now introduce the St. Mulumba Secondary School students to this event we call Shaping the Future. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause as they stream into the hall. The St. Mulumba Secondary School students are here.
Eddie and Felix, who were best of friends, were faced with the problem of accommodating each other's behavior. Eddie tries to lead Felix astray by trying to deceive him. Watch out and see what happens.
Felix, yes, look, I've clocked 5,000 followers on Instagram. I'm not interested in this, please. Eddie, leave me. I want to study my book, please. I'm not interested. Felix, don't make me angry. Don't make me angry. Look at this thing now. This is what I'm meant to be doing on chemistry. Acid, base, and salt for now. Let's go home and study more. I've been telling you, I've not been understanding what this man has been teaching since. Then look at this thing. Follow me now. Come, let me teach you. No, I'm not interested. I have lesson at home. You're not interested? Leave me now. Be going. I'm going. Eddie, I've warned you about drugs, Eddie. Eddie, stop it. Eddie, stop doing drugs. Eddie, I'm your friend, Eddie. Don't talk to me. You don't follow me on Instagram. You're telling me let us go and read chemistry. Follow me if you want me to join you and read chemistry. You're on your own.
Felix was interrupted by Eddie and his gang. They forced him to write the exams for them. Sit tight to get the details. 5 years later.
Williams, please, I don't know how to write these assignments, please. Taking me a lot of time to write this assignment. Please, can you help me? Eddie, what's the problem?
What's my problem?
Eddie, please.
What's my problem?
Please, excuse us. Please, Eddie.
I want to teach you how things are done. This is not what you wear in campus. These are rats. You need to join the society. You're just low class. You don't know what this is. You know what this is?
Eddie,
it can cost you your fortune.
Eddie, stop this nonsense.
You mean nonsense?
Stop this nonsense.
How is this nonsense? I'm trying to teach you the way. You need to learn. These are not clothes. These are rags.
I will not let you insult me from my friend. Please.
This is a bag of salt.
No, Williams.
Williams, just
a bag of salt. I will not like this. Yes. I will not like this.
You know how much this is?
So Williams, let's go.
You know how much this is?
Williams.
Not already type of nonsense from you.
Shut up.
You can't do anything.
Let's just go.
Eddie and his friends dialogue on a girl in campus, Sandra, who Eddie lost for. He later laments on his low grades in school.
This girl Sandra, hey, Jesus, she likes on Instagram.
See, this girl is not fine. This girl is not fine.
This girl is competing with Davido online.
No, this girl is not fine.
This girl is competing with Davido. Hey, Jesus. Imagine say I feel if I get this girl now, and snap it with her now, I'll be on Davido's level. You get? Understand. She's not fine. Which one do you have? Shift. You don't have anyone that has saying this one is not fine. Don't get your own before you say this one is not fine. See, there's another thing I want to tell you. See, I checked my last semester results. My grades are not smiling. You're not even helping. You told me that if I join you, you will help me. See, my last semester results. Have you seen carryovers? You don't want me to graduate, eh? Will we remain here? Are we going to remain here?
No, we are not going to remain here. See that guy, Felix.
You are not ashamed.
You see that guy, Felix?
Felix, yes. Oh, the class rep.
Yeah, we are going to go to him.
Oh, Felix can help us. You write our exams for us.
Yeah, I just find someone and give him.
Money is not a problem. Money is not a problem.
I run
the campus now. Money is not a problem. See, tomorrow we'll go and meet the guy. Who is he? Who goes? Let's go. Tomorrow we'll meet him. Tomorrow things. No P.
Felix is bent on the issue of Eddie and finds a new best friend, Williams. Eddie learns of this and mocks Felix along the road.
Williams, I just love my grades this semester, and I'm not feeling so cool about it. What about you?
It's nice. I feel everything is okay. Nothing bad. I've just been this and it's going well.
Like good this, sir.
Yeah, I'm doing well in my subjects.
Seriously?
This guy.
I'm doing better than you are taking me.
See fine girls. This campus safe.
Jesus, I'm doing better.
Jesus, so
better.
Like excelling through.
Oh,
Eddie, what's your problem?
Why not they push front?
Is it because I don't?
Now because then only me come this side. Oh, because then my boy.
Wait, what are you feeling like?
What am I feeling like? I'm feeling like your boss.
I'll pull up your head.
Shit back. Now you're respecting yourself. Oh yeah. Carry this one and shit. Let me talk to this one. Come here. See, I came here to tell you, jejely. I came here in peace. Should I light cigar for you? I came here in peace. Now I came to tell you that you should just prepare a space. That you'll be writing my next semester exam. Are you hearing me? You don't have option. Just let you come and collect clothes and change. Come and collect money and change this your rag. Like you can change your wardrobe, yeah? Let you come and collect money. Give her a bank account. Are you up to it? Then come, let's go. Better things. Shut up.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this.
What goes around comes around. Eddie, after experiencing some symptoms, meets his doctor to know the cause. Indeed, seeing is believing.
Nah, this cough, even cough syrup no dey help. Dog, this in a hospital, in a clinic.
Mr. Eddie, welcome. Sit.
Dog,
welcome.
Before you shake me, take permission from him. Take permission from him now.
I think your number one illness is bad guys like this. Hey, please leave the office. I'm going to call my security.
I say take permission.
Hey. Leave the office.
I should do that.
Leave the office. Thank you.
Stay and listen with doctor. Dog. You don't tell.
You're welcome.
Dog, this your hospital. How many years?
Yeah. Thank you. Now,
why are you taking oxygen away?
Hey, your number one sickness is this.
Doctor, oxygen.
This is not oxygen. Why you call this an oxygen?
You are not seeing the smoke. That is oxygen.
This is just paper. Now, you're suffering from cirrhosis. Cirrhosis of the liver. Cirrhosis. Stop making noise.
See, I've been to the States and there's nothing like cirrhosis in their English.
Hey, let me just cut this short. Within the next 2 years, you're gonna die. That's the end. Got that?
See this one, me on campus.
You came to me seeking for advice, and now you're telling me nonsense.
Doctor, is it midwife that you read in university?
Shit.
See, wait, let me tell you. See, I'm not a woman. See, I am a man.
I'm well aware of that.
You're well aware of that, and you're telling me that I'll die.
You're going to die.
Eddie, that runs the campus.
You take drugs.
The whole Unilag for me.
Alcohol. This piece of shit here. No, that's not good. So
even your own hospital safe, you need to see the chairs we're using.
Yeah, you can give me some money, so I can do some renovation.
See the problem with Nigeria, I should give you money. And you're telling me I'm going to die. Same person now that will give you money.
You're going to die.
Please, don't even disturb me. See, you don't have the problem. You don't have the solution to my problem.
Sorry about that.
I'm not giving you money. Give me. See this one. You saying telling me that I'm going to die.
Well, you're going to die.
Go back to your hospital now. See, telling me that. Oh, now money. Do you need money?
Hey, Mr. Eddie, you are going to die.
See, or I send the account number. Okay. But just make sure you go miss drug.
Okay, thank you.
Why did you come out? I've cracked too much juice.
Your friend can be your enemy someday. A little misunderstanding arises between Eddie and Caesar, which causes them to part ways. Years later, Eddie finally realizes his mistakes and comes to his senses and melts with Felix to reconcile and ask for help. It is never too late to turn a new leaf. Snakes too shed their skin. Watch closely.
God, today was a great day. This hospital is stressing me out. I'm feeling rough. I'm feeling so rough. Oh God. Come in. Who's there? Eddie. What are you doing here? No, I don't want to listen to you. Please, just leave my office. I want you to leave my office. I mean, get out of my office. Get out. I mean, leave my office. You can't hear me. I mean, you should leave my office. After insulting me, you want... No, get out. Just give me this nigga here. Hear me out. Let's discuss. Just... You said a minute.
You know, we used to be good friends from childhood, but I was turned away by campus life. I know I made a mistake and I regret it. I'm very sorry. All these are vanity. I discovered too late, and now the doctor said I'm having 0. I don't even understand. Doc, please heal me, please. I don't think. See, I know I've wronged you in all aspects, but I think to err is man and to forgive is divine. Please forgive me.
Eddie, you made me God. Eddie, you destroyed my life. Eddie,
Doc, it was out of...
You made me look like a dog.
That was what they told me in university, was like, you have to be the dog and I have to be the master. I'm so sorry. It was just university life. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry. Forgive me.
I loved you as a friend.
Yes, I know. I'm here to make amends, Doc.
I warned you. Change your ways, Eddie.
Doc, just forgive me. Please. All my business, all my drugs, everything has crashed. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry. In fact, I've been disowned by my dad. Please forgive me. I believe that you can find this place, a place in your heart to forgive me, Doc. Please. I'm so sorry. Please.
These were two friends who had the same opportunity in life. We as youths have the same opportunity too. We all have to make ample use of the time we have. We have to make the right decisions. We have to know the kind of friends we follow, which is the most important. Drug abuse is a social vice that has haunted our youths and our country at large. We have to say no to that. Also, we have to remain faithful in every decision we take. We have to remain immovable. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we give them a resounding round of applause. They have done well, and I'm sure you enjoyed it. That man, that young boy, the actor, please, not the boy, was said to be dying in the next 2 years. I think he truly has some cough, honestly, because the way he was coughing showed that he may be needing a doctor any moment from now. Well, thank you very much. We are going to have another show, but this time within a very short space of time. And I want to welcome the group that we call Adanta Troupe. They are coming for a performance within a jiffy. Please give them a welcoming round of applause as they come into the stage to take control of matters. I want to once again thank the boys champions for creating a wave in Nigeria. This is a great wave. I have not seen anything organized apart from political gatherings that enjoyed this mammoth crowd. Please put your hands together to encourage them more. The conference, Shaping the Future Conference 2022 in Nigeria. I do hope that Norway will find the heart to organize this again in Nigeria next year. But he's shaking his head. But I know whether it's positive or negative, something will be organized to attract these young people and influence their lives. Thank you so much indeed. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Adanta Troupe, they are here. I am enjoying myself. Are you enjoying yourself? Put a round of applause for yourself and for the dancers. No matter how you love these dancing skills, practice it with caution. Otherwise, you go to orthopedic anytime. All right. Once again, I am grateful to Boys Champions for this very exciting moment of my life. And I know you are also going through that. We are going to get something, but let me tell you, Mr. Ozibo left here to bring in Mr. Peter Obi. Thank you. And let me assure you, any moment from now, he will be coming in. If I give instruction that if he comes in, nobody should say anything, will you obey? All right, no problem. Please yourself and be happy always. But then we shall go into a plenary before he comes in. Let me now tell you that the next topic we are going to discuss is ethical leadership, conflict prevention, and peace building. Within the 45 minutes we have now, hoping that Mr. Peter Obi will not come in within that time, I want to invite a very ace radio broadcaster, a fine speaker, and also an authoritative anchor on Radio Nigeria. I want to invite Mr. Von Nwadukwe to come as a moderator. Give him the round of applause he deserves. He will take care of the rest and introduce his persons he's going to work with. Thank you, Mr. Von Nwadukwe. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Some of you may not know that Mr. Aka Ezaka happens to be my boss at the office. But today we are friends. Good afternoon, everyone, again. So it feels different sitting down here right now. I'm walking up and down, and it feels a lot different sitting down here. But I'm glad to be here this afternoon. I'm sure that in the next 45 minutes, it's going to be as interesting as the previous panels had been. Now, many opinions have it that the heart of the problem bedeviling Nigeria and other developing nations, like ours, is leadership. And when they say leadership, it's at all levels of it. And leadership goes beyond just being number one on the list. Most times, when you have a group of persons gathered together and they say who's your leader, it's the person's name that's usually written at the top of that list. But you go beyond that. Leadership is directed by respect for ethical beliefs and values and for the dignity and rights of others. It is thus related to concepts such as trust, honesty, consideration, charisma, and fairness. And without these elements, it is believed that all facets of development cannot be actualized, and development also thrives in an environment devoid of conflicts where peace thrives. Are these elements present in the leadership patterns we have experienced in Nigeria? How can we, through this pattern of leadership, avoid all manner of conflicts that have affected us and help to develop our communities? I'm not going to be alone. As usual, there'll be panelists who will be joining me on the stage right now. I guess I'm intimidated by the charisma and capabilities of those who will be joining me on this platform. Please make welcome retired General Chris Eze to please join me on stage. Put your hands together for him. The MC had tried to, do a bit of introduction for him earlier on, but when he sits down, we'll pass the mic to him to do another, introduction for himself, this time from his own point of view. You're welcome. You're welcome, sir. Please, a round of applause for him again, retired General Eze. Usually I don't like adding retired to military men, because once a general, always a general. You're welcome. Also joining me on stage this afternoon is Basi Ephraim. Put your hands together for Basi Ephraim. Basi is a young person like me, and Basi will also be introducing himself when he sits down. That applause was not interesting enough. Please make him welcome, encourage him. Thank you very much. Okay, the last but not the least is a man who sat here all morning. He came here before most of us, and he's been very patient since he was here in the morning. He's Cardinal John Onaiyekan. He will be joining us in just a jiffy. So I would like the gentlemen who are here already to just tell the people who you are, and in the same breath also what your concept of leadership is. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Major General Chris Eze, retired. I'm the immediate past High Commissioner of Nigeria to India. To be given that appointment, I was a member of APC. But when I came back and saw what APC is doing, I resigned from APC and joined Labour Party. And when I resigned, I sent my letter of resignation to a copy to Mr. Peter Obi, His Excellency, and I was amazed. Within 20 minutes, he responded and acknowledged and thanked me for joining him. So I am amongst the millions of Nigerians that are hoping and praying that he will become the president. Because when I speak on the subject, I will hold that the presidency has a very, very big job to do in bringing ethical leadership and making it spread to other factors of our national life. I was trained at the Nigerian Defense Academy and the Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst, and I retired as the Chief of Policy and Plans at Army Headquarters. That was in 2006, it's 16 years ago that I retired. But as the Bishop said, Bishop Ona, who incidentally is from the next village to mine, I've tried to keep my body functional and also to keep my brain alive by reading as much as I can. This is the former chairman of my local government. I was his camp commandant in 1987. See how time flies. So thank you very much, gentlemen.
Okay, so Mr. Bassi.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ephraim Bassi Emma, and I work for an organization called the United States Institute of Peace, USIP, and I co-lead one of our peace-building programs in Northeast Nigeria. I am also a peace-building scholar practitioner, so I write pieces, literature on peace-building. I also publish on the topic, but I do so from a lens that I call a combination of theory and practice. So I am a development worker, I'm a humanitarian, also one who considers himself to be a systems thinker. And yes, I'm a Kroc scholar with the University of Notre Dame in the US when I first met Noel. And so I'm happy to be here. So just to delve into the question.
Okay, just hold on a bit. His Eminence has just got back. So let's reintroduce and welcome on stage His Eminence John Cardinal Onaiyekan. Put your hands together for him. Thank you for coming, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so I don't think His Eminence needs any introduction, does he? Does he need a form of introduction? You want him to tell you a bit about himself? Okay, so I'll let His Eminence do that right away.
Thank you very much, Von. I thought Von means voice of Nigeria. I'm Onaiyekan. Thank you. I'm Onaiyekan John. I'm the Cardinal. I have been Archbishop of Abuja for about 30 years now. Now, no more in direct charge of the Archdiocese, but I'm still quite busy for whatever energy I have. I continue to spend it for the same things until the end comes. I am a retired Archbishop of Abuja.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so our plenary session is on ethical leadership, conflict prevention, and peace building. We have 45 minutes to do that. I guess we've spent 5 minutes out of the 45. So let's look at the concept of leadership first and foremost. I would like to start with retired General Eze. You know, you're a military man. You've been in charge at the military high command as well. You've also represented Nigeria internationally. That's massive leadership on your shoulder there. You know, so what's your concept of leadership before we delve into ethical leadership?
Well, the concept of leadership as conventionally we understand it and also as defined in the dictionary is the responsibility, the position you find yourself in managing whatever you lead, and that involves getting the group to setting the goals for the organization, and then getting the group to work together to meet those goals. That is the way I would define leadership in a very short manner. Now, so that I don't have to go back to ethical leadership, and other people can talk about it when they come. You defined the characteristics, the qualities that an ethical leader should have. Trust, both which will make him to work with those who are assigned to relate with those who are assigned to work with him based on their own competence rather than on other parameters like considerations like, for instance, the tribe they come from or the exclusive group that they come from, you know. And trust also means that the group that he's leading has to have trust in him. I think it has been variously said by many people, including Mr. Obi himself, that the trust deficit is at the root of the problem that we have in Nigeria. I think Mr. Frank Nweke also alluded to that, you know, and then you have to have honesty. Corruption is a very big problem in Nigeria. If you are not an honest person and you come and you say that you want to fight corruption, people, when you are pointing one finger, 4 fingers will be pointing back at you and nobody will believe you. Now, he also talked about fairness. Many of the problems that we have in Nigeria arise because some people feel that they are not included, that there is the feeling of inclusiveness is lacking in our place, whether it is tribal or whether it is ethnic or whether it is gender-based, you know. So if you are a fair-minded leader, you will give everybody what is due to him in that polity. Now, the other one is charisma. Or rather, before I talk about charisma, let me talk about consideration. You know, consideration and fairness are closely related, you know. So consideration will say that you value the interests of the collective more than your own personal interests. Many of the things that we are facing in Nigeria arise from selfishness at elite levels. You know, so if you value consideration, then you will know that what is good for the goose is good for the gander, like they say, and that everybody has an equal stake in the endowments of the country that you are managing. Then you have charisma. I don't know how many of you bothered to read the history of the Second World War, but if you do, you will see that Neville Chamberlain, who was the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom at the start of the war, that when Germany overran France in 1940, the morale in the UK was very low. So it was when Churchill came in that, because of his charismatic leadership, the English now did what they thought was impossible. And then the rest is history. And so you need a charismatic leader. And charisma involves many things. It involves inspiring people. When the name of Peter Obi was mentioned, there was enthusiastic reception, right? Even those who have not seen him in the flesh, who have the opportunity to see him today, are inspired by him. Many from what they read about him in cyberspace or on social media, not to talk of when you now interact personally with him. It also means communication. You should be able to, no matter how good the intentions that you have are, you must communicate them to people. And that is why those who do not have the power of, you don't have to be an orator to be a good communicator. What you have to do is that whatever you are saying, you must understand it first, so that you don't just come and be parroting maxims to people, or you are going to do this and you are going to do that. And if you are asked to define what you are to explain what you are to do, once you remove your eyes from the script that has been prepared for you, then you can no longer communicate. Okay. I think this young lady that made a presentation to us, I have not seen anybody that communicates as much as she did, and in the political sphere, you all heard Frank Wike. That is, and everybody sees Peter Obi. He doesn't speak with scripts, so, and he's going to speak to us today. Okay? Now, another thing is in Nigeria, even outside of that charisma, you must have political will. Because to repair this country, you have to step on so many toes. If you do not have the political will, you are not going to succeed. If, as we pray, Peter Obi wins the election, we know what happens in Nigeria. A president takes his budget to the National Assembly, and then we are told that that the president's liaison to the National Assembly have to see the legislators in the night with packages and all that. That's what we have been told. So if he comes and he's somebody, he told us, when he was in Anambra State, how he fought against that. But if he goes in now with the Labour Party and rules Nigeria that has so many different tribes and so many different ways of looking at life, I hope and pray that when he begins to discipline them, that they are going to understand that it's for the good of Nigeria, rather than that the good of Nigeria is more important than that. So if he has political will, which he has displayed, it is going to help him.
Okay.
So
thank you very much. Okay, let me use this one. So, Mr. Bassi Ephraim, I wouldn't let you define leadership, because I think General Eze have done a deep justice to that as well. So, in Nigeria, what have we seen as regards to leadership and ethical leadership?
Okay, so I'm going to take this question from the perspective of being a young person.
Okay.
And trying to create much more context in terms of trying to look at what the future looks like. If we are talking about ethical leadership, you are asking, or you are saying it's important that we have leadership that's people-focused or people-centered. You are asking that we are saying leadership should focus on solving real-life problems. You are saying leadership should be participatory. You're saying leadership should be inclusive. You are saying leadership should be systemic. Now, saying all of these things, it's important that as young people, and I like that the first panel really lay the foundation in terms of trying to help us understand how education shapes leadership and how it helps shape society. If we have to change the trajectory of the country, it's important that we all get engaged. Engagement in itself as young people is a form of leadership. You cannot change something that you don't understand how it works. You cannot change something that you do not even recognize exists. So if we are saying we want to focus on building a country that works for every one of us, then it's important that we recognize ourselves as agents of change and are part of that process of change. Saying that, I also want to highlight the importance of even recognizing the power in our agency. So the Colonel highlighted something on charisma, on having a persona that is very persuasive. If you're a leader and you do not even understand that you have the power and the will to transform society, then it is not easy for us to fall in line as followers. So as young people, it's important that we change our mindsets. There is need for reorientation. Gone are the days when we say it's not our business. And one time I got engaged in a conversation with someone very recently, and he says, oh, you like talking about peace, 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 peace. And he says, it's not my business. I said, you think it's not your business because it's not in your doorstep yet. But do you realize now that the discussion around security has changed? What do we say now? Security is what? Everybody's what?
Business, yeah.
Is everybody's responsibility. In the past, I always ask, was it everybody's responsibility? No, it was because some people thought it was left for a particular set of people. Now, we need not to be in that category where we say it is not our concern. If we must change society, if leadership is ethical, it must recognize that it needs to carry everybody along. And that includes laying the platform that enables everybody to be part of influencing change. And I'm saying this not because only because we're getting into an election season. I'm saying this because when we talk about the future leaders of tomorrow, and they say the youth are, I mean, we are the leaders of today and we are the leaders of tomorrow. The future is you, the future is me. I am the future, you are the future. So, it is important that we are not making the same mistakes, or we are not throwing the same paths that has led us to where we are as a country now. It's important that as young people we are focusing, trying to be innovative. The world is getting dynamic, and part of the idea of being an ethical leader is your dynamism. How are you adapting to change? How are you ensuring that you are working as a leader of an organization, as a teacher, as a student? How are you trying to make sure that you are engaged in transforming and adjusting or adapting your institution or the organization that you manage to the current realities that shape the world? So that is where I would leave it at now. And when we get into, hopefully, we'll get deeper into the conversation.
Okay, I think I took away something quite very important. For leadership to work, we all have to get involved in the process, because you cannot change what you do not understand. That's very lovely. Your Eminence, apparently we somehow theoretically know everything about leadership. You know, we've seen people contest elections and they come up with beautiful policies and plans for the country that never gets translated into actions, you know, that touch people's lives directly. And you see a lot of scholars expound a lot of knowledge on what we need to do to change our country. What seems to be the problem with leadership in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Firstly, let me congratulate the boys champions for being able to bring together this kind of occasion, bringing this kind of large number of young people together. It is important. And if this happens in many places, it will create a critical mass of young people who are really sincerely interested in not just letting things remain the way they are. So congratulations to you, Noel, and all your friends. One of the panelists helped me out of a problem I had from the well go when I got your letter these boys champions, I was asking myself, where are the girls? But that we needed girls champions too. But he has explained to me that the focus is on let the men be real men. And a real man doesn't maltreat a woman. When a husband begins to beat his wife, what has he proved? That he's stronger. That's not the place to do that. If you want to prove how strong you are, then engage another man. Then we know you are strong. So if it is right, if you can get the boys well trained to respect themselves and respect their sisters, just like they, I hope, love and respect their mothers, a lot of these gender issues will take a different shape. Mr. Vaughan, I'm not sure whether I will eventually answer your question, but let us talk around the issue of leadership. There are all kinds of leadership, you know. Even among a gang of robbers, there is a leader, isn't there? And the bandits up in the northeast, they have their leaders, in fact, who are now even well known. So well known that even the government can't do anything to them, much to our embarrassment and surprise. So the question is not so much leadership, but leadership for what? And the direction of leadership will depend on the concept of leadership with which you operate. We have been having leaders in Nigeria now. They have been leading, but we now know they have not been leading us in the right direction. And so the question to be asked now, why is it that leadership has been emerging and somehow we are not been getting the right results? And here, before I even go to that, on the youth, Bishop Professor Ona said what actually made him suspend his pastoral visit to come here is because of the aspect of meeting the youth. It was the same reason which made me accept your friend's invitation, Father Emmanuel Ojefo, to come to this occasion because I'm going to meet young people. Again, the concept of youth, especially in terms of politics in Nigeria, it seems that we are not taking it, we are almost in many areas quite amnesty. We have an amnesia, forgetfulness. It is my feeling that the first major politicians we had in Nigeria, those people now whom we now look and think that they were ancestors, Azikiwe, Awolowo, Ahmadu Bello, from my own reading of the history, they were all young people. They were all young people, straight from university. They happened to have trained, most of them abroad. So they were young people. And if you fast forward, the events of 1966, which has made a major impact on the life of our country, for 30 full years of military rule. Who were those who led that whole movement? Ojukwu was in his early 30s. Gowon was not married. He was 31 years old. And the boys around them who did the thing, where many of them were in their late 20s. My governor in the then North Central State, it was called, Bamiboye, was only 28 years old. This was the young people who took action. Did they take the right action or the wrong action? I think we should be able to fall back now and read the history and at least learn how youth should not how youth action should not be. But it will at least tell us that the youth can move things. Don't wait till you are 50 or even till you are 40, it might be getting late. I was a bishop already at 38, and I didn't see myself as a small boy. One text of St. Paul that I always loved was, let nobody look down on you because you are young. Paul was telling Timothy, who was a young boy, well, I am now 78, and I am not foolish to think I'm still a small boy. I'm an old man now. But what it means with me is that when I see my young Reverend Father who is 25, 30, I don't look on him as a small boy anymore. I know when I was your age, this is where I was. I had a sense of dignity, leadership. People were calling me father. My own father was calling me father. Yes, and we took it seriously that people are calling me father. That means I'm expected to be their father, even though I have, in number of years, are not so much. So there is something there about leadership which comes with God's own. It's God who determines and gives it. We should not think that this whole thing works only in terms of religion. There's such a thing as leadership quality. Gifts of leadership. Students, God bless all of you. We all remember when we were in secondary school, our former minister, Nweke Jr., I'm still to meet Nweke Senior. But he told us he left school in 82. You left secondary school in 82 in Maduguri. I left St. Michael's Secondary School, Aliede, not too far from here, Benue State, in 1962.
Whoa.
In the school, we already had leadership. The Reverend Father, we were in a Catholic school. Holy Ghost fathers run the schools. Already from one, you have a prefect in the class. And he was expected to lead. We learned how to lead our peers.
Okay.
We learned how to lead our peers. At the end year, in 1962, final year, we had a head boy who spoke and whom we respected, but who also took his responsibility seriously.
Okay, I'm sorry, Your Eminence. So probably you are alluding to the fact that maybe the problem with getting quality and effective leadership in Nigeria is the fact that all of us feel...
Let's summarize.
Okay.
Let me summarize, but I wanted us to broaden this question.
Yeah.
But if we are talking about political leadership of Nigeria, then let's know that we are talking of a specific level of leadership. And that specific level of leadership requires, they have mentioned already, it requires honesty, it requires focus. From a religious point of view, and I'm maybe the more religious among the three of us, yeah, it is clearly religiously based that a leader of human beings must know that he is leading for God, in God's name, because only God has a right to control and command human beings. No human being has a right to control other human beings, because each human being is made in the image and likeness of God and has God given dignity, freedom. When we gather together for the purposes of getting things working, we do end up having somebody to lead us. But when we acknowledge somebody to lead us, we have not abdicated our dignity and our freedom to him to do whatever he likes with us. And one of the problems with leadership in Nigeria is the moment we vote them in, we relax and say let them do whatever they like, as if we have already abdicated our dignity to them. So that is where the religious angle comes in. It was very clear in our traditional religion. And today, the lack of it and the fact that leaders are operating in a way that they claim immunity and they try and do whatever they like, and they insist on revealing whether they are doing well or not, is because we have not accepted the spiritual base of human leadership. Add on to that what Jesus himself added. Remember this story when Jesus was telling his apostles, among the pagans, their rulers lord it over them. Among you, it must not be so, because the leader among you must be the servant of all. How do you apply that to Nigeria? Are the rulers in Nigeria operating like those whom Jesus described as the pagans who lord it over their subjects?
Well, we don't have all Christian leaders in Nigeria, though.
And this has nothing to do that we can be powerful, and with political power, you can make money, you can do whatever you like. Of course, we'll continue to roll around where we are.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Eminence. Thank you. General Eze, I picked a lot of things from what he said, part of which is the fact that a leader cannot lead in isolation. There has to be followers. And if the followers are not following well, then that means the leader is not either leading well, or there's a problem somewhere. So where do we all, as citizens of Nigeria, come in the picture of getting right ethical leadership to avoid conflicts that will divide us like we're seeing today?
Well, I think that the people who designed the democracy, starting from Benjamin Franklin or going back, to the Magna Carta and all that, I think they took cognizance of the biblical saying that the heart of man is evil. And then because of that, they designed their checks and balances. Our problem, just like His Eminence says, is that we abdicate our responsibility in the public political space. And by the way, we're stressing leadership at the political level because we know the circumstances in which we find ourselves. Our institutions are weak, and anybody that you ask, including Frank Weke here, he says that our problem is leadership. And he was talking about our problem, and when he finishes talking about our problem is leadership, he says, when I become governor, this is what I'm going to do. Because a governor and a president have executive powers, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the Nigerian Constitution has given such powers to the president that even if you have ethical leadership in other fields of endeavor, there's virtually little that you can do except if you now have an ethical leader there, which I will argue we have not had since at least the death of Murtala. Let me put it that way. I think that when Yar'Adua came, we had some glimpse of it. So I will boldly say that we have had false dawns, promises of good leadership, and then I don't know whether they were overwhelmed by our institutions or whether they themselves deliberately sabotage the institutions where we are now. One can plausibly argue that we have very little ethical leadership. And that's why I started with, I mentioned Peter Obi, not because he is coming here, but because he has a past which everybody can scrutinize, and then we can extrapolate from that past to the future. Now, back to your question, what can we all contribute to changing the situation? That's your question.
Yes, yeah.
Well, the first one is what is already happening, potentially happening, which is to say that somebody has come on to unleash a dynamic where for the first time in Nigeria we are entertaining the possibility of a man winning the presidential election without giving shishi. Nobody, so then they talk. Good. So the first thing that we need to do is to demonetize our politics. If we do not demonetize our politics, we are not going to get anywhere. And that demonetization of the politics is going to start with this experiment. Because if this experiment fails, God forbid, the lesson that everybody is going to learn from it is that is a quixotic approach to politics. I don't know how many of us have read Don Quixote by Cervantes here. But Quixote wrote the book of people charging at windmills. You know? So this is actually an existential election for us. So, and the youth is here. It is the youth that is going to be at the vanguard of this endeavor by evangelizing others, by showing, by example, you know, that they reject that monetization, they reject thuggery, they reject everything, and then bringing pressure to bear on the other institutions, you know, which have complementary roles to play in the election, like the security services and the INEC. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. So one is encouraged. Look at the currency change, for instance. It is said that the currency change is aimed at reducing the probability of vote buying. That I think that is what Mr. President himself said. Okay, and also look at the bimodal voter accreditation system, the BVAS. So all of us are here, you know, and it is still the youth and all the people at all segments of society that are taken by bosses to certain campaign rallies because they are paid to go and give the appearance of legitimacy to people whom they know should not be there at all. You understand? So we start from this election. If we get this election right, we are going to set a precedent that if you do not do well in government, you will be voted out. You know? So, and Mr. Nweke was a minister, and he was in government at Enugu State, and I'm sure that he knows that that paradigm shift that I'm talking about now was not there. This is the time that we're about to start. Thank you. So the job starts with the youth. They did that in Zambia. They did that in Tanzania. They did that in Malawi. They did that in Lesotho. All right? So if the president comes, so what people can do. Okay. So let me start with the president. If he leads well, then he is going to be the role model, and other people down the line will copy him. Then, or will take a dressing from him, as we say in the army.
Military, yeah.
Then leaders in other aspects of our national life, be they public or private, religious, professional bodies, whatever, students, organizations, and all that, you know, I think they will follow suit and then inculcate ethical leaderships at their own level. And then the result will be the rebuilding of the institutions, which is the state personified, and then we'll have a better society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, please pass it to Mr. Bassi. So, young persons are the forefront of the change that we seek. You are a young person. Do you think the young people of today are ready for that change? I would like you to answer that in just 60 seconds, so we can get to the audience for a few questions, and then we'll wrap it up.
Thank you so much. You asked me the question I'm going to ask the audience.
Okay.
Young people, do we think we are ready to take our society back? Please go out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So I don't know if there are people who have questions in the audience about taking our country back, having ethical leadership to prevent conflicts and build peace in our communities. I would really like if there are those in the gallery who have questions. Could you come down? The mic may not be able to get there very quickly. Just one or two persons. Just one or two persons very quickly, and then we'll give them a sense of belonging because they've been part of this audience, but somehow they will not be able to participate directly. So someone is coming down. Someone is coming down. Yes. They'll hand the mic over to you quickly, so you ask your questions as briefly as possible.
thank you, the panelists. My question will be broad-based, as I may have to direct the question to a politician, in the sense of the word as being a politician, Frank Nweke Jr. It's not in the panelists, that's why I said it will be broad-based. While we stepped out to take a photograph at the Green Pub outside, the Shaping the Future conference banner that was put out was falling. And then I made a very simple joke. I said the future we are trying to shape is already falling. Now, that implies that at this point, I do not think that those above the age of 56 do have, in quotes, the moral rectitude to advise the young generation when it connects politics at this point in time. The case is, they have failed us and woefully. They had all the opportunity to transform this country and they did not. I will be asking Frank specifically and then direct the next question on leadership to His Eminence, His Excellence, please. Please, Frank, as a prospective governor of Enugu State, in your ideology, what do you think is the most basic issue concerning political structure in Nigeria? At every turn in time, when politicians make campaigns, they make these campaigns on ethical basis, on ethnic and tribalistic tensions that fires up the youths. We seem to like that. This person is from my side. What is the church doing? I know the church would say that they have put up a lot of written arguments, they have advised the people, they have released communiques, they have advised us to pray for peaceful, fair, transparent elections. This is not enough, in my opinion. Okay, the church transparently has the largest body of followers. The church can mandate. When I use the word mandate, I mean the church can say this person is credible, vote for him. In Latvia, this experiment is practical. 76% of the people living in Latvia are Catholics, and they control the voting system. Not that the church imposes on them who to vote. So I'm asking His Eminence, here in Nigeria, is that practicable?
Why hasn't the church done
is that practicable?
Okay. So Mr. Frank will answer your question very quickly, and then His Eminence will also respond. Okay, the second question, please give him.
Thank you very much. I would have loved to ask this if His Excellency Peter Obi was here, but I can as well throw it open now, since I don't know if you have another opportunity for questions. So everyone has been talking about the need to participate in politics and then, try to elect good leaders. Leadership has been the song here since we came. So sometime last week, or last 2 weeks, His Excellency Peter Obi was asked a question. He was asked, how do we deal with the issue of the commission that is responsible for helping us elect a leader? I mean INEC now. And he gave a response that he's a player in the field, that he doesn't like to talk about referees. So personally, that was the first time I disagreed with any Peter Obi answer. So and I'm asking, if you're a player and you don't want to talk about the referees, have you forgotten that the referees have the final say? Because you can score a goal and the referee will decide and say it's not a goal. So if you transmit it to our elections here, what can we do practically? Because it's a challenge. For me, I think INEC is the greatest challenge we have in this election. What can we do practically to address this issue of our electoral system not interfering with the choice of the people? Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I don't think we have time enough for a lot of questions. Okay. I'm so sorry. But you could continue to engage with us on socials. There are people who respond to you on our social media platforms.
That's the last one. Okay, my question goes like this. Like just somebody said something yesterday when I was in a vehicle. He said that the governor said Enugu State is in the hand of God, but now it's no longer true that Enugu State is in the hand of Fulanis. Why do I say such? Can we move forward in a society whereby there's no unity? For example, now we're talking about education as the lead to every society. Now, the people in head don't value education. Let me not mention anybody, but let me use it metaphorically. Like the leader of a country who doesn't value education, and how can people under have the access there? Is it not when there is a demarcation? Like some are against education, why some value it? But reverse was the case, that those that don't value it is now on top. Now not giving us access for those that value to come on top, then how can that success be achieved?
Okay, thank you very much. That's the last question. Mr. Wakweke, you have the floor. Let's quickly pass the mic to him so that he can answer the question. Yes, briefly.
I just hope understood the question that the gentleman asked. Can you help me rephrase it? The biggest problem with politics in Nigeria, the way we practice politics. First of all, thank you so much to the panelists for the excellent insights that you have provided. If I may just preface my response, just a brief comment on the matter of leadership. And I want to say that leadership of any kind, at any level, whether it's in a family, any leadership, no matter the sector, no matter the industry, if that leadership does not in some way catalyze some form of improvement in the human condition, whether it's in a church, whether it's in a home, whether it's in the military, whether it's at the societal level at large, there is no basis whatsoever for such a position or such an individual to be called a leader. And I say this because there is always the problem of mistaking a position of authority as a position of leadership. The fact that you're in a position of authority does not make you a leader. What makes you a leader is what you do with that position. I just thought I might make that contribution. Now, I'm afraid I'm not going to sound very different from the very eminent panel that we have. The problem with Nigeria is simply and squarely the failure of political leadership. I reiterated earlier that it is the quality of your political leadership that determines the outcome in your private sector. It is the quality of your political leadership, the people that make the policies, that design the programs, they are the ones that determine the exchange rate of your naira. It is the quality of political leadership that determines the integrity of your electoral outcomes. Whether elections are free and fair, whether it is participatory, whether it is inclusive, whatever you want to call it, it depends on the quality of political leadership. I found it very interesting a few days ago, some reportage that was attributed to the national chairman of the All Progressive Grand Alliance, national chairman of the APC, Alhaji Adamu Abdullahi, where he was saying that, well, he's come from somewhere and that they know that there's no network service, and therefore that this BVAS thing, they don't want it, this electronic transmission thing, they don't want it, and stuff like that. You want to take us back to Egypt? We're not going anywhere. We're not going back to Egypt. And what is about to happen will be the first time in our electoral history where credible elections will take place. Okay. The outcome is in your hands. Okay. It's in the hands of the people here. Okay. And let me just say one last thing, please. And so the gentleman who said, oh, what is the church doing? What is the church doing? What is this person doing? What are you doing? If you decide to sell your votes, is the cardinal going to follow you into a booth? Is the bishop going to follow you into a booth? Will anybody follow you to where you're going to go and vote? When you go to market to go and sell something, you take a good or something that you want to sell, some merchandise you want to sell. When you take it to the market and you say you want to sell this and I come and buy it from you, when I have bought it from you, the thing I bought from you, won't I go home with it? When you sell your votes to the politician for one packet of Indomie or for 500 naira or for 1,000 naira, the man has carried the vote and he has taken off because you sold it. Asha and then Rashi. Once you've done that, that's the end of it. So you have yourself to blame. There's only so much the church can do. There's only so much I can do. I have done what I can do. I'm submitting myself to scrutiny. I'm submitting myself to vetting. I'm submitting myself to questioning. If you found me credible, vote for me.
Thank you,
if
sir.
you don't find me credible, vote for someone else. That's what we can do. But you must do your part, which is to vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that very beautiful contribution. Your Eminence, can the church really influence, how people vote, the voting patterns of the public? Can the church influence that? Should the church influence that, actually?
Well, first you must define what do you mean by church under those circumstances. If by church you are talking about the Catholic Bishops' Conference, we have our specific role. But if you ask me what is the church, then the Catholic Bishops' Conference is not the church. The church in Nigeria, and the church, we are talking of Catholic Church in Nigeria, are all the members of the church, including any of you here who are Catholics. You are the church. But when this church is so big with different membership, and we have a division of labor within that church, that is why in the area of giving directives, spiritual guidance, and prayer, the clergy takes responsibility to reach out to the people. But when it comes to going into the battle, political battle, we expect people like Eze and others like him, who are also, I don't know, I'm presuming you are a Catholic, we expect them to be church there in those arenas. So don't ask, I'm glad the person who asked the question actually listed out what the church has done, that is, and what the church can do. And we are trying our best to do it. I think I'm in a position to say clearly that the bad government we have had in this country, we have consistently opposed them that they are doing the wrong thing. If they had listened to us, we will not be where we are today. Give me any communique we wrote that says the rubbish and the corruption that has been happening is the right thing to do. We have always pointed out where politicians, political leadership have got it wrong, and we have kept asking them to do the right thing. Okay. To the extent that the Catholic Bishops' Conference was seen by many regimes as always, we always consider as if we are the opposition. Of course, for as long as the thing is not doing well, we oppose it. The final question, I imagine that answered the question that the church should give mandate to somebody. I don't know what you have in mind. Maybe you think that the church should now say, since Obi is a good Catholic, we all should now tell every Catholic, go and vote Obi. I'm afraid you will not hear that from us. Not in Nigeria. And you cannot quote other countries in this regard. You can't quote Poland. In Poland was all Catholic. You can't quote Philippines. Philippines was all Catholic. Cardinal Sin in the Philippines was an institution. When it comes to when it comes to political strategy for the winning of power, the rules of politics must be allowed to go to have its play. Okay. In fact, it would be counterproductive if we were to come out publicly to endorse one particular candidate. Because even if all Catholics voted for that person, that doesn't give him the victory. Don't forget there are many Christians who are not Catholics.
Okay,
and,
thank you.
And the issue is, we should go back. Every politician should go onto the field. The important thing is insisting on, let there be a level playing field during the campaigns. Let the elections be done without violence and fully, and let the results be correctly announced.
Thank you very much.
Then we shall be happy.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for His Eminence, John Cardinal Onaiyekan. Thank you very much for being a part of this panel. Mr. Bassey Ephraim, thank you very much for being part of this panel. And of course, retired General Chris Eze, thank you very much for being part of this panel. And thank you guys for listening. Thank you very much. You guys were amazing. Thank you.
They will take a picture, but they sure deserve a round of applause from the young people who are here, especially. Please take a picture. That somebody is coming to do that. The general should smile. Soldiers don't smile, but I permit you to do so now. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Von Waduko, for an excellent job. Thank you so much indeed for moderating. Bassey Ephraim, we're grateful to you. The retired general, I salute you. Cardinal, may God bless you. Thank you, my Lord. Thank you. Boys champions, thank you so much. I have been an MC on several occasions, but not once have I seen this great patience shown by young people who are not disturbed by the length of time they have spent here. It must not be taken for granted. We want to thank you so much. Mr. Peter Obi has shown his humility once again by asking for your forgiveness that he will still be here, that he was delayed in Calabar for coming here. That's what we are getting. That was why he has spent this time. But in the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes, he will be here. He still assures that. So thank you so much. We are going to go into, we'll take Thank you. We are going to use a particular program to wait for him. Otherwise, it is his time now. We are going to... Emiloko? Okay. All right, thank you very much. That's the only Yoruba word I understand these days. Okay, awards will be presented to some noble persons who have been instrumental to the success of Boys Champions. May I now call on the founder, Boys Champions, Mr. Noel Ifeanyi Alomona, to come forward for this moderation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Aka. Over time, we have continued to enjoy the support of different people, different organizations. We have our different partners from the United States, UK, and a whole lot of other places. And we can't be thankful to them enough. We're very grateful to them. We have also decided on this day to recognize people who are making great impacts in the society. So we have different categories of award, and one of those awards is under, the Boys Champions Peace Award. And I am happy to announce to you that there is no other person whom we deemed fit for this award other than one man who has inspired many through his organization. He has an organization like myself, and what he does with that organization is to develop peace builders across Nigeria, across Africa. And I'm talking about no other person but His Eminence, Cardinal John Onaiyekan. So please, may I have the honor to call on him to come forward on the stage. And I also wish to take this moment to invite my former local government chairman, who is ably represented, who is here. This is one of the persons who has inspired me over time, and his humility is second to none. It may interest you to know that I never invited him, but he made it to this event. So you can imagine that. So thank you very much, Dr. Godwin Aboying, for being here, for coming here to support us. And I also want to invite my beautiful wife-to-be to actually come here and stand here on the stage with us while we offer the award. Dr. Chineye, please. Please put your hands together for her. Yeah? Okay, please. The team. Give me a minute. This side. So, the cardinal does not need any introduction. In case you are wondering what organization he owns, that's Cardinal Onaiyekan Foundation for Peace. Well known all over and across Africa and across the world. And what Cardinal has done over time, building peace, interreligious dialogue, and what have you around peace building has been enormous. And we cannot but appreciate him enough using this award. Okay, yeah.
Boys Champions Peace Award presented to Cardinal John Onaiyekan by Boys Champions Foundation of the 2022 Shaping the Future Conference holding here in Enugu. Congratulations, Your Eminence.
To happen. And I want to thank you and those who work with you for giving this honor to the work is going on. And there are young people largely involved in it. So since this is an audience of young people who are IT savvy, if you want to know about my foundation, just go online. We have a very active website, either COFP, COF Foundation, or fully Cardinal Onaiyekan Foundation for Peace. The whole idea is to tackle the middle level of interreligious dialogue, because I was convinced that on the top, people see Onaiyekan and the Sultan moving around, and they say, oh, the elders, the leaders have agreed. In the bottom, in the market, Wuse market, Christians and Muslims are doing their business together without any quarrel. It is in the middle that the problem is, especially the middle level religious leaders, pastors and imams. And we are targeting that level so that we can live in peace under one God. And that will bring us the prosperity that God himself has ready for us. Thank you very much, Noel. Thank you very much, Baba, for giving me this. And may God bless your effort and the intentions of the boys champion. And the girls should not, now you know that the girls should not be angry that they are not mentioned. They are boys champion. They are also championing the cause of the girls, aren't you? God bless you.
Please put your hands together once again for the Cardinal. Thank you very much, Your Eminence. So one of my friends who is also going to come on board very soon as a director or a board member of Boys Champions has decided to establish an award in his name in Africa. And he is an Australian who is also a British citizen. And after thinking about how to go about this, he decided to do this through our organization. I am talking about no other person but Dr. Helmut Schuster. His video is going to be played shortly before I go on, so you can understand the framework behind his award. But that award, according to him, he wants to be recognizing every year a young person in Nigeria who is making change happen in the community. And Boys Champions will continue to give this award in his name. He was supposed to be here. He has already gotten his visa. He had taken all the necessary vaccinations and all that to be in Nigeria. But a couple of days ago, his organization insisted that he cannot travel because of the security situation. Well, it happened, and that's it. So, and he has decided to commit $10,000 every year to support a big idea, a young person who is making incredible changes in their community. So this is the first time, and it's going to happen again next year and even as time goes on. So let us listen to him, and then after that, we'll announce the winner. After all the processes and the nominees that we had, we decided to select one. So please, the video for Dr. Helmut.
Hello everyone, hello from Liechtenstein. I'm here with my friend Daniel, who helps me recording this video message, which was not planned. It was planned for me to be with you, to be there in person. I'm really disappointed that I can't be in Enugu. I've never been to Nigeria and was so much looking forward to that. It was the trip of the year. I've got all my vaccinations, I've got all my documents ready, and unfortunately sometimes things don't play out the way you wish them to play out. So I do apologize, but I'm certain I will be in Nigeria at one point in time. So brief introduction, my name is Helmut Schuster. I'm an economist. Most of my career was an executive in a big oil company. I'm now I'm an economist. Most of my career was an executive in a big oil company. I'm now privileged enough to work for a health company. But my passion really is about helping young entrepreneurs, founders, to find their way in society and in business. How did I meet Noel? I met Noel this summer in New York at the AFS Youth Assembly. He was one of the 10 finalists for the very prestigious AFS award, and the 4 judges, including myself, anonymously declared him the winner. Boys Champions, his foundation, I think could potentially be something far more significant than he and the team realize. It's about establishing gender equality and stop violence against women. So Noel, well done. And when Noel invited me to this conference, I was really excited about coming because I really believe Nigeria is the future. I think what you guys do is amazing. And so we decided a few things, and I asked him, how can I best help you? And we agreed to establish an award like the AFS award might be a good idea. So what is this award all about? And Noel is going to talk a bit more about that. It really is about a number of things. Firstly, award and reward and recognize great ideas, bold ideas, courage, thinking outside the box. It's about integrity, because integrity is so important for society. It's about contribution to society, but it's also about dreams, big dreams, living bold dreams. And so I wish Noel much luck for that award. I think the team is going to work a bit further to exactly define the criteria. Now, the other thing, and this is very important, this conference, I think it's very, very important to get young people together and give them the ability to share thoughts, dreams. I'm going to leave you with a few advices, tips. I'm a bit or much older than you all are. I think experience is the most over, but also the most underrated thing. So first thing is actually stay connected with the people you meet today. Share your phone numbers. I think it might be a very powerful foundation for the rest of your life. We all need a foundation where the rock and the members of this conference can be. The second thing is, which I think is very important, is think back on your life, about your education. There are some things you might have learned in the first 20 years which are useful and others are not. And make choices about what you wish to unlearn, because our education and our parents are also sometimes our biggest limitation in fulfilling our dreams and wishes. I think it's very important that you dream big. You live in a country that has a great future, so dream big. And then the last thing I really want to leave you with, and this is from my own experience, you will face setbacks, failures, but never stop. Yeah, never stop. Never give up. Never give up is very, very important. Most ideas don't actually live on because people give up far too early. I see that in my startups. Those who are resilient, those who learn from their mistakes and failures are normally much more successful. So let me give you one big mantra for this conference: never give up and succeed. Never give up and succeed. And I wish you all the best, much luck. And Noel, thank you very much for having invited me. Thank you so much.
Series of, we first of all nominated different people for this award, and then these people had to go through certain criteria check, and after doing that with my team, we have decided on one person who is doing an amazing work in her community. My organization has also decided to give that person an opportunity to work with my organization. So that is to begin with, because she is making an incredible change in her community. She's doing so well, and especially around gender-based violence, ending gender-based violence, and that is very important to us. And I would want to call on the General to please come up to the stage to present this award to this incredible young girl who is making great change happen in her community. And I would want to use this opportunity to announce to you the first winner of the Dr. Helmut Schuster's Award for Young Africans here in Enugu, presented by the Boys Champions as Winifred Mbanugo. So please come forward. So she's also volunteering with us on this day, and she's been an incredible person, working as young as she is. She has done so well for herself, and I wish that a lot of other young leaders would actually learn from her and emulate what she does. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much. Can you come to the middle? Helmut Schuster Leadership Award for Young Africans. Thank you very much for all you do in your community. Thank you for being so supportive. We appreciate you, and we would love to work with you in our organization going forward. So thank you very much. Thank you.
I want to congratulate you because I've been asked to make the formal presentation. I would request that when we finish, you can say one or two things about actually what she's doing. What you told us is that it's making a lot of impact. So, but if you tell, just like the Cardinal told us, so that if anybody wants to learn more about it, they can have the link. Thank you. Okay, yeah, I think you can talk for yourself. Yeah, okay. Talk for yourself.
Good evening, everyone. I'm really super delighted and speechless at this point. I wasn't really expecting this. And I want to say a very big thank you to Hermes Kushka and our Boys Champions organization. My name is Winifred Chidera Mbanugo. I'm a young aspiring female leader that is committed to make a positive change in the society. Over the years, I've been volunteering with organizations, especially with the area of gender-based violence. Recently, I released a spoken word video on the topic of gender-based violence. And aside that as well, I've been committed to secondary schools, talking to students, because the students are the future leaders who we need to make this positive impact. So I've been committed to these organizations, volunteering, not even expecting anything out of it. And today, I'm really speechless, and I wasn't really expecting this award. I want to encourage every youth out there, no matter what you are doing, you might not really be encouraged at that point, but this award today has really encouraged me to keep on giving my best at every point of my life, knowing that one day an award for recognition would come. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Winifred. You know, one thing she said that is very important to me is the fact that you should continue doing what you do. For instance, I started my first organization, Hope. I started Hope 12 years ago. Nobody knows about Hope as they know Boys Champions that I just began 4 years ago. That is it, right? And all the works that I had done with Hope, there was no recognition as such. But immediately we started with Boys Champions, different recognitions and all that. So you never can tell. Just keep doing what you do. I have founded different companies and organizations that failed from the beginning. You know, but look at where we are today. So just continue doing what you do. One day, just one day, something might come that would propel you to a higher level. So just as we plan to conclude and as we wait on His Excellency, you saw his tweet online, for those of you who are on Twitter, so that means he's going to be here very shortly. But there is a presentation that I know a lot of people have been expecting, and that presentation is from one young man who is making an incredible impact using the skills that God has given to him. If you notice, what we did with this event is that we featured young people. That is exactly the reason we started Shaping the Future Conference. We want to continue to spotlight the gifts that our young people in Nigeria have. If you think that I am smart, you've not met these incredible leaders that are seated right here. So it is on that note that I want to welcome the only best saxophonist that is in town in Nigeria at this moment. If King Saz is here, let him step up on the stage. I know a lot of you know King Saz from social media, but I brought him down to Enugu, just like I brought Hafsat. So King Saz, if you're here, this is your time. Oh, he's at the back and he's coming. So thank you very much for all of you who are working so hard to make this event successful. My staff, they have been so wonderful. We have, right now in Enugu, we just opened a new space in Enugu, and we have about 12 staff members that are working for us in Enugu here. And I cannot but thank them for putting this thing together. They were the ones who made this happen. Our volunteers, you see them wearing the t-shirts and all over the whole place. I am grateful to all of you. Thank you very much for the amazing works and the energy that you put into making this event happen. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have like different openings in the organization for some of you who would want to work with us. In case you're very passionate about the work that we do, I love working with young people who are very passionate and driven. So if you're driven like our organization or you love what we do, this is the time. You can reach out to us, info@boyschampions.org, to ask for the friend, because we don't advertise some of those positions unless we're desperately in need. So we only want to work with young people who are really amazing, who are ready to drive change through Boys Champions. So thank you all very much, and I hope that, So I think I leave the stage for a performance by the only King Saz.
About the generations, and to say we want to make it a better place for our children and our children's children, so that they know it's a better world for them.
Okay, so while we're waiting for the second track, I just want to say the Nigeria Spirit Talent Hunt has been a blessing to me. I went on a competition as a saxophonist and I came out the best. I did every of my craftsmanship on the stage, and I never believed I was going to scale through on the competition, but God did it. So I'm very happy to be here. I've been a beneficiary on this very great conference. Like, I've learned a lot. I wish I had this opportunity when I was in school, but I'm a graduate. This is what I do for a living, and I'm going places, and I thank God so much. I've been blessed by this great talent of mine. So, are we good, sound? Can we go? Okay, let's go to the third one. Give me volume. Finally, before leaving the stage, I just want to do something crazy, so I want everyone to do this for me. Just a clap. Let's go. We're good. Come on.
What will I do to grow up to become like you?
Okay, Okay. All right. A little about key facts. I wasn't opportune to learn this instrument from anybody. This is a God-given talent. Yeah. I had a dream, and the dream wasn't reality, but I had a dream of playing this instrument with Kenny G. And when I woke up, that was 11 years ago. I couldn't find the instrument around me, so I did one crazy stuff. That time I lied to my parents. I told them I need money for school fees. So when they gave me the money, I went, I bought this instrument. But funny enough, the money I bought the instrument.
My name is Major General Chris Eze, retired. I'm the immediate past High Commissioner of Nigeria to India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Nepal. I was in the APC, but I came back, and when I came back, I joined Labour Party so that I'll be part of Peter Ob's transformation.
Oh my God, that's really, really lovely. It's lovely to have you here today. So concerning the events, you attended it, right? So how has it been so far? What would you have to say about it?
It's awesome. It is awesome. The content, the packaging, the kind of people that were attracted to this place, the intellectual content, that was displayed here. I mean, to describe it is, I lack words to describe it. And I think, for me, the high point was the poems that the lady from ABU.
Oh, yes, that was really interesting.
So I think we have another Chimamanda Adichie in the making. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. So for the group, the Boys Champion Group, and what they're about, the initiative that seeks to enlighten people. So what do you have to say about it?
Well, what I have to say about it is just like what Cardinal Onayeko said, that when he asked why girls were not included in the title Boys Champion, that the answer he got was that the idea was to change the mindset of boys, because it is boys that will grow up to be men, and they are the people that will reset the relationship between men and women in our society. I want to say that a lot of progress is already being made there, because for instance, that violence against women in households, in families, was accepted sometime in not too long ago.
And I began to doubt. But I now went and verified and saw his text. He says, is it possible to shoot it on here? He says, today, his verified Twitter. Today I will be speaking to young Nigerians who are my partners in the journey to Nigeria's rebirth. And he placed the picture of this event on his Twitter handle. If it's ready so that we can know, just some moments ago. But it only shows that he is coming in shortly. Thank you for your patience. But then as we continue, it's not an endless affair. So when this young lady was giving us $10,000, some people went to their calculators in their phone and began to check. It's not fair now, it's not good. Just leave it at 10,000. It's 10,000 naira, eh? $10,000, and they went to their phones and I saw the calculator. Some people were even pressing contact instead of calculator, and they checked it. How much? I don't want to know. Here's a round of applause for Boys Champions. Hey, I am also going to win next year $10,000. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get into another event, which is Christian. Just a moment.
Okay, just before the event, let me just remind you guys about the Twitter thing. Can we make it trend? Can we make it trend? We were told that we are change makers and we can influence the future and shape it today, right? So I want to see how powerful you are in making that change happen by making this event trend. Remember, the hashtag is shaping the future. hashtag shaping the future. Retweet as much as you can, share as much as you can, particularly the live video that is streaming live on the handle Boys Champion on Facebook and Instagram, as well as on Twitter.
And standing here with me is the famous King Sax, the saxophonist of Fat is a Legend. It's nice to meet you.
Yes, thank you so much.
So how do you feel today?
Yeah, I feel very much excited being part of this great Boys Champion conference. It's indeed an amazing day, very beautiful day, yeah, for real.
It definitely is. So we saw your performance in there and it was breathtaking. So let's just get a little information about you. How exactly did it start for you?
Okay, for even coming to this.
No, not the conference now. Personally, yes. How did this, just briefly, how did it start for you?
Okay, everything has been God all the way. Yeah, it's been God all the way. I didn't really put interest in it, but right now I see God moving in me through this instrument and I'm excelling. I'm doing greatly, yeah.
God truly is moving in you. Okay, for the Boys Champions Initiative and their desire to curb the violence, the gender-based violence, how exactly do you feel about the initiative?
For the Boys Champion, everything about today was looking actually, to be sincere, strange to me. But I would say to those that are here, to the boys, to the young, and to the adults that are here as well too, because nobody is above learning. Yeah, knowledge is really well.
I'm going to take comment just one person from each line as quickly as possible, so that we can go to the next item. I have you on this line. Is there anybody on that line? Okay, a lady. I don't know why I love to listen to ladies. So please, I'll pass the mic to you, and then very briefly, if possible in less than 2 minutes, what you are taking away from this conference and what you would love to see in this conference in the future.
Good afternoon, everyone here. I'm so happy to be here because I learned a lot. I came all the way from Obola for. Meanwhile, I'm teaching CSS Oboleke. And I'm happy that I'm here. First time that I saw the adverts, they said by school volunteer or personally. I did mine personally. And I'm amazed from what I saw here today. But please, Boys Champion, if you can talk all these things, if it's how possible that you can do, that you can take all these things that was taught to us here today to our rural villages. Like those people who are in the villages, they may not be opportune to be here today. And in the sense that they cannot even have access to it in the online that we are said to be, because to subscribe is a problem. At least an average Nigerian today will be fighting to eat before getting a data to subscribe. And some of them, if they subscribe though, they will be using it for all sorts of manners of things that are not as important as this one. So please, Boys Champion, if you can take this thing to rural communities, it will be very nice. And I'll be very glad, because from the things that I see in school, I'm in a rural village teaching. From things that I'm seeing in school, if this kind of program can be organized in a rural community, bring them down to their understanding.
Thank you.
I think it will be very nice.
Thank you. And the lady says, my community is a rural village. It's okay. I come from where she is teaching. So I agree. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samson Osoidage, the Executive Director and Founder of Radiance of Hope Foundation. You will all agree with me that Mr. Noel Alumona and his team has delivered excellence in this conference. And so I will appeal that we all give him a round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
And for everyone that has found time to be here, I think this is all worth our time. And I will appeal to Mr. Noel and his team that they make this an annual conference. And it shouldn't just be a conference for a day. It should be a conference that will take a day or two. We are hoping and praying that he will have more resources to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
It's a great one.
After this, I'm going to come upstairs. Do we have comments from those on the gallery?
Yeah, okay. I see some hands flying up.
All right. My name is Colin Sobona. I'm the creative director on Nsukka Chronicles. Actually, I happen to be a classmate of Noel Alumana, and this is the first time my classmate is doing this kind of thing, and it's wonderful, and it's the best thing I've ever seen in my life, because I've not been in this kind of gathering before, where I have all the who is who in Africa convened with other persons to talk about Africa and African continent. It's wonderful, and I'm amazed. And I have an observation. There are so many content creators all over the world, in Nigeria, in Igbo land, in Enugu State, Nsukka. So while growing Nsukka Chronicles is also a collective team of content creators from the village. Actually, we are going to the village, just like the other woman has spoken, that we need to go to the village. The city people have benefited a lot, and it's time to take it to the village. Thank you.
I like that. Just before the other person speaks, I must commend this young man. The reason is that your classmates may be your worst enemy sometimes when they are progressing. But here he is, expressing what's in his mind, honestly, diligently, and obediently. You understand? So give him a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
Being in the same arena with, the who I was almost mentioning your title, who of Ubololand, Daka Izaka.
Allow me to be in peace.
Being with who is who in Africa, being in the same way with Mr. Frank Weke Jr.
It's a good thing.
And watching people just call him Frank is an amazing thing, trust me. And then he sits there just relaxed, and he's not angry about it. So Franco, okay, I saw someone raise his hand from here. Who was the first person to raise a hand? Okay, let me take this comment from a secondary school student. Yeah.
Thank you very much, though I'm not a secondary school student. Incidentally, I'm on same uniform with my students.
A round of applause for him. A round of applause for him. A round of applause for him. That's directional and purposeful.
Daniel Ngene from the Good Shepherd Anglican Seminary here in Enugu. Indeed, I think this program started yesterday with the teachers, and we are all saying the same thing. In fact, yesterday, if we would have released a communique, we would have asked the Ministry of Education and the PPSMB and what have you to review the curriculum we are using to teach, so that it will all boil down to holistic education that has to do with visible learning, practical education per se. So, but that is by the way. I want to thank the convener of this very program. In fact, what I've been doing here is making sure that none of my students is sleeping from the inception.
They have been awake.
Yes.
All through.
Of course. So that not only me listening, but for them who are yet to finish secondary school, hearing these things themselves will help them to change their perspective about life, just as certain things have made me to change mine. So that is by the way. And I want to encourage we, the young generation, just as the speakers have said that we are in a better position. In fact, I want to borrow from His Eminence Archbishop John Onaikan, who said we have what it takes to go and push them out. Please, I don't want to say get your guns, because it's not all about physical confrontation. It's not about mental strengthening and getting what it takes. So those of us who are on the side of educating the young Nigerians and myself on the pathway to good governance, we must be very, very sure that we are not part of those being used by the geriatrics to cause confusion in the society.
In our school, you go there.
So please, We all have to make sure that we are not part of those being used by cause this confusion, and by so doing, we will now think aright to better our own future.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't know if you belong to the geriatrics, Mr.
I don't know what geriatrics means. I have to Google.
Okay, so I thought he was their senior prefect because the others didn't wear a suit on top, so he had a suit. So I thought he was the senior prefect.
But you now know he's a good teacher, exemplary teacher.
Okay, so the video for Onyeka Onwenu is ready now. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to take that video right now. Please, let's look at the screen.
Let's take the video.
My name is Onyeka Onwenu. I am an academic visitor at the African Studies Center, University of Oxford, and also a visiting scholar at the Center for African Studies in the University of Cambridge. 21 books. I am an author for Sumed, about 6 films. I'm interested in studies about African anthropology, studying the behaviors of people. I have a story to tell. When I was about 7 years old, I was molested by a so-called nanny that had been brought into our family to take care of us. She was more about using us as sex objects. She was an older woman, an older lady. But one day, my father found out and she was sent away. I had encountered this woman again, and one question I asked her, why would you do what you did to me? She had no answer to that. Today she has her own children. What happens to her own children? What if someone else did that to her? In fighting abuse all over the world, we must look inwards. What are the stories of the young men? Some of us find it really interesting. I'm particularly enamored by what had happened to us, and we think we're strong enough because we are men. So we say, oh, didn't you enjoy it? Psychologically, that begins to take over your emotional feelings, day-to-day activities of life, without understanding where your trauma comes from. In studying African anthropology, in reeling out in African studies, one must understand that dynamics of living have to be taken into consideration. Young people need to read more. Young people need to experience life. And through experiences, we begin to unravel the mysteries of life. I think it's important to teach young people sex education from a very tender age. And also, I think it's important for history to be taught to young people in illustrations from the age of 4. By then, we'll begin to understand how Africa can be fixed. I mean, I'm delighted to speak to people who are younger than me and also older than me, because nobody knows it all. But it's important that such gathering today has to happen all the time. And this is why I think Nelson has done incredibly well. But one must begin to understand that if you're going to have a child, you must have the time to raise your child and not let any other person raise that child for you. And this is why I think it's important to have plans for your children, for their future, for their life to be in a very shaped way. So I thank you for listening to me.
That's a very impressional story from a man who said he was molested. Some of us may have gone through this. But his story is one that we should all remember, that there could be better days ahead. Thank you very much for listening. Now, the noise you heard when this was being relayed was, as I was told, the noise of the chopper bringing in Mr. Peter Obi. Just hold on. Please, we want to make some arrangement before he comes in. Everybody must promise me you must be on your seats. Hold on. If you want to rise, hold on. If you want to rise to welcome him, you must rise and stay on your seat. We don't want him to be unnecessarily hassled up. So what I want you to do is give him all the noise, all the rousing welcome you can, but please stay where you are. Is it agreed? Somebody is not agreed. We have to sign an MOU. Please let it be agreed upon, because we want to make sure we have him, but we are going to give him the rousing reception. The only person who is not a politician here is Professor I didn't mention anybody's name, but when the is not to but I want to also, because I want to align with the APGA candidate for the governorship of Enugu State, Mr. Frank Nweke Jr., that all of us are politicians. And politicians, everybody must be a politician so that we can get to the root of our problems. I was even thinking, maybe I should be talking about it now. I was thinking that maybe because you come from a different background of the United States education sector, you may not understand why we say we should be politicians. Because the major decisions taken in our country today are taken by politicians. How you drive through the town, whatever you do and so on, they are all determined by those we elect. So you are a politician as long as you are here in Nigeria. Kupa Akabani? Tomadala. Now go over. Okay. Thank you very much once again. DJ, please give us a slight number so that I can rest my voice. Thank you. Outside, do us a favor by coming in to assume your seats. Come inside and sit down. The chopper that flew in is at Opera Square. And a moment or two, our expected honored guest will be here. Now, somebody was asking, how would I join Boys Champions to shape the future? I think I should go to Noel Alumana to answer the question. Please come and answer the question to them. Me, I would also like to join Boys because I'm a Boys.
Hello. I wish you all know how I feel this evening. I've never felt like this in a while. You know? Thank you. We started planning this event like since last year. Since last year. So you can imagine the efforts that we put into it. You know, inviting all the people that we invited, and, you know, everything that happened towards the end because of security, some people could not come in and all that. So, but the question is, how can you be part of what we do? First and foremost, our organization is volunteer driven. So we work with volunteers. You can see them scattered all over the place wearing our t-shirts. So those are our volunteers. You can go to our website at www.boyschampions.org/volunteer. So you can sign up to volunteer with us. We have different opportunities. In a couple of weeks' time, for instance, we're going to host a boot camp for all our volunteers. Woo! So I think I will reserve this information. Okay. So let us continue with what we were saying. I am so happy because all our effort was never in vain. I am so happy that
Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the man we have been waiting for. All right. Every phone is turned toward the southern part of this hall. And I want to announce the arrival of the indefatigable Mr. Peter Obi. Ogute Nigeria. He's right here. Please say where you are. Please say where you are.
Carry me they go, Obi carry me they go to you, Naija. Carry me they go, Obi carry me they go to you, Naija. Carry us to go, Obi carry us to go to you, Naija. Obi carry us to go to you, Naija. For any Nigeria, United Nigeria, a secured Nigeria, standard education, steady electricity, industry go big, unemployment will go, corruption will go, bandits will go, Boko Haram will go, IPOB will go, UTT take over, carry me they go, carry me they go to you, Naija. Carry me they go to you, Naija. Carry us to go, carry us to go to you, Naija.
take your seats. Once again, I want you to rise and welcome Mr. Peter Obi. Then, we you know the days are difficult for him. And we are to take your seats. Take your seats. The Rock, I welcome you, sir. We are not going to go into frivolities and niceties, but I want to request that the man of the moment, Mr. Peter Obi, will now come up stage to address us now. A round of applause for him. Please take it. I want the cameraman to get me as I'm shaking his hand. It's not easy. You know what I mean? Mr. Peter Obi, welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now there is. Here we are.
Thank you. Let me very respectfully stand on all due and existing protocol, but I have some brothers here that I must recognize. I don't know. Let me start with the organizer of this event. I thank you most sincerely. And I thank my brother, the former minister, Brother Frank Nweke. I thank Valo Zibo. All the dignitaries that are here in front, if I don't remember, just know that all of you are VIPs and dignitaries. The reason why it looks as if I was hurrying to talk is not because I have somewhere I'm rushing. Yes, I'm going back to Lagos. But what is most important is for me to most sincerely apologize to all of you. I'm very, very sorry to have kept you all this while. No, it's not good to do this type of thing. I can tell you it's been a very difficult day in the sense that I had a few clashes. I had to be in Calabar, I had to be in Bayelsa, and I had to be here. And of course, everywhere you go, you have to attend to everything and all that. And I have to be in Lagos for an event tonight. So I have to run to Lagos. But, you know, let me tell you, like I told the people in Calabar when I said to them, I'm going to leave, they were feeling, I said, well, listen, I'm looking for a job. And I have to see all the owners of the country. You know, when you're looking for a job, you have to go to the people who owns the company or owns the place. You are the owners. So I'm looking for a job. So I have to see you. And you don't apply to job through surrogate. You come personally because I want to listen to you personally. So let me thank you. I know that we must have a topic for today. Shaping the future. Okay. I think I don't need to tell you anything about the future. All I can tell you is that if you look at Nigeria today, your country, first is that the people I see here is the future. You are the future. But that future, nobody can build it for you except you. You must take control of it. So what you are about to do now is to hire the CEO for your future. And unless you hire that CEO, you're going to get it wrong. You live in a country today where you don't have faith. I can assure you, if they said to you today, how many of you want to leave this country? Don't be shy. Raise your hand. Let me tell you. Don't be shy of saying that. There's things that I tell people, there's nobody who wants to live where there's war. Nobody lives where. What drives people having faith? Because they don't have faith. What drives people having faith is hope. If we go to church on a Sunday and the priest said there's no heaven, what do you think will happen? Everybody will go home. Nobody stays where there's no hope. There must be what drives the people's future is hope. And the reason why you want to live here is because you don't have hope. Nobody knowingly goes to where there's a problem. Go to your house, you see ants. Ants, this is the animal moving. You put fire here, they'll turn. So even the animal, the ants don't want trouble. If you put sugar, they'll come. But if you put fire, you see them, they turn away. Because they don't want trouble. They want sweet. That sweet is their hope. And once they dictate it, one will come, the rest will follow him. That's how you attract foreign investment. Your country today is going through troubled times. It's qualified for two things that makes a failed state. When you're no longer in control of your territory, everybody is insecure here, including you. Nobody is safe. Nobody knows. The only thing you hear now is bad news. Number two is when you're no longer in control of your economy. Your parents, yourself, you're having problem. You don't have job. It is difficult for you to know where the next meal will come from. Your parents no longer know what they're going to spend for a bag of rice today or a bag of beans. If they send somebody to the market, when it comes back, whatever it comes back, that is the price for it for that day. You can't plan with that. So it must change. Why did we arrive here? This is cumulative effect of bad leadership over the years. It is one person can do good. Frank has been in government when they strive hard to cancel our debts. So we are not owing by the time they left. Today, from a position where our foreign and domestic debts was less than $10 billion when they left, they cleaned out outside ones. Today, our total debt is over $130 billion. And nobody can show anything for it. You know what it means for you that you get up in the morning, you've given me, money has been borrowed, nobody, no new furniture, no new this. Everybody's telling story. That is the state of their country. We're not in a mess. The consequence is that within the time they left office and town, we moved unemployment of about less than 15% to about 35%. So you have doubled your unemployment, and you doubled your poverty, and you have crisis. If you don't know where the next meal is come from, you are dangerous. And it's not because anything. If you lock all of us up here now, for 4 days, everybody is looking for food. Nobody knows who will do anything wrong. I will be looking for food. You will be looking for food. If it gets longer, we might eat each other. It's simple. So you double the poverty. People no longer have job. They don't have anything. You have 35% unemployment. With youth unemployment of almost 60%. Young people in their productive age, with full energy, with talent, no job. It's a crisis for any country of the world, not just Nigeria. And that's what you're facing through. You have 20 million out of school children. You have all sorts of things going on. I don't want to tell you about what is wrong, because you know what is wrong, because it affects you every day. What you want to hear now is, how do we start getting out of here? Because it's no longer what, I had an uncle years back. So that's why you say you know everything. My uncle was arrested in the village, and they put handcuffs in his hand. And they were going away. Everybody who told him in the village and said, okay, what is wrong? He said, there's nothing wrong. Okay, what is wrong? There's nothing wrong. And they called me and said, Oga, they've arrested Okoye. We don't know why they came to the village and took him, blah, 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 but it was a handcuff. Okoye is always causing one problem or other. He has insulted the police deputy DPO, blah, blah. So, I called Okoye, I called them and said, you went to his house and this happened, leave Okoye now. You know, I said, but the man is always, I said, leave him. So they left him. So I came to the village and I asked him, this man saw you. You told him there's no problem. This man saw you. No problem. He caused all of them. He will call this one and say, you are a very stupid man. God will punish you. This one, he said, they are stupid. They saw trouble in my hand and they asked me about trouble. Because there's trouble in his hand already. So why I asked him whether there's trouble? Trouble is there now because he's a handcuff. So all of you know the trouble. What are we going to do this? Next year's election, we must elect people who are competent. 18 of us is going to tell you the same problem. 18 of us will tell you the same thing. Nobody's going to tell you, we are going to tell you sweet things. We want to do this, want to do that, want to do that. None of us will promise everything that is good. My dear people, the question is that you must verify the 18 of us. It is now time to listen and say, next year's election, from president to the last person, you must verify it. We have no room for experiment again. It is not going to be based on party. It's going to be based on person. We're not going to talk about structure. The structure you hear people talk about today is structure of criminality. Structure of destruction. Structure that brought us to this junction. That's what we want to remove. We want to remove that structure and put in a structure of development. We will offer what we're going to do. What do you need to do? First is that a government must focus on fighting and dealing with the issue of security of life and property. Nigerians must be secured. If you secure Nigeria today, in Enugu and everything, you get the farmers to go back to the farm. And when they go back to the farm, you bring down food inflation. So we'll start seeing food prices at affordable price. Food inflation will come down, things will start changing. How are you going to do it? You need to scale up the manpower in your police, in your army, your navy. The whole agencies are lowly manned. We have 370,000 police people, but the IG told me it's about 320. If you remove about 70,000 and following people like me around, it is down to 250. For a country of 270 million people, it cannot work. Egypt is 100 million and they have about 1 million police. So you need to upscale that. By that you're creating jobs, you're creating everything, they must secure the place. And the remaining ones are poorly equipped. Only half have guns. We must equip them. We must employ them. We must increase our manpower, security manpower, employ them and equip them. When you do that, simultaneously as you're doing it, you're tackling moving Nigeria from consumption to production. Once the country is productive, it will start pulling people out of poverty. The more you pull people out of poverty, the more people have means of livelihood, the more you reduce criminality. Nobody wants to go and commit problem, be in jail if he finds food to eat. You must invest in the youth. That is the future of Nigeria. We must invest in you. We must put money in your hands. Because you have the energy and the talent to develop new companies. Every country of the world is the base, the engine of growth in any country of the world is what you call micro, small enterprises, which is you. We must invest in you. That is the future. Anything short of that, we are wasting everybody's time. So we must. And how do you start it? We will think about feeding ourselves. Nigeria must feed itself. We can no longer continue to be dependent on this. And feeding ourselves means that people will invest in agriculture and everything. Nigeria today is not feeding itself. A country of 220 million people, if India at 1.4 billion can feed itself, Nigeria for 220 million can feed itself. We have more farmland than India. India is 1.4 billion people living on 3.2 million square kilometers of land. We are 220 living on 923,000 square kilometers, which means we live on a third of Indian land and we are 1/7 of their population. So there's no way we have more land space than India. So if we have more land space than India, we have more to cultivate to feed ourselves. Look, go to Enugu State alone. All those lands in Uzuwan and everything. No. Go, I'm not talking about the Enugu State, Enugu capital. Go to Uzuwan. Go to Nsukka and fly around. We have enough land to cultivate things in Enugu to feed ourselves. Most of the land in Nigeria, over 50% of the arable land in Nigeria is not cultivated, and we can't find food. No country in the world. No country in the world can do that. Because we are a consuming country. All everybody wants is where to share, where to make easy money. Those countries you want to go to, there's no free lunch. You have to work, but you'll be paid. That's what we want to do. So we must feed ourselves. If we feed ourselves today, the story will be different. Frank knows our GDP today is about 180 trillion naira, and agriculture is the highest. Yeah, we're not feeding ourselves. It's about 41 trillion, which is about 20-something%. If we feed ourselves, you double that. It will be about 80. And you're increasing the GDP of the country. That's where we will start. With that, you start processing, you steal everything. Today, when we talk about criminality, people in government steal our oil. None of you here can steal oil. Let nobody tell you. Those who are stealing oil are people in government. You don't steal oil. It's not something you put in your pocket. I have this sweet in my pocket. I can go to ShopRite and steal it. This is not oil. Oil, you have to come with a tanker. And the tanker cannot come into Nigeria without Navy. And it won't go out without Navy. So somebody approved for it to be taken. So you must deal with that. We will stop that. People are telling you today there's something they call subsidy. And when they want to remove it, they make you riot. Subsidy is an organized crime. The amount of money we consume, the oil we consume, we cannot consume that quantity of oil for our population. Pakistan is the same population as us, 220. But they consume less than 50% of what we consume. So for me, from day one, I'm going to replace those who are drinking the extra and give them water. Because we need it. We need to deal with every penny. We need to bring back our money. We need to take back our money. I want to invest that money in you. We cannot spend 5-6 trillion annually for subsidy and spend 50% of that. We spend more money in subsidy than we spend in education or health. Do any of you have car? Maybe one or two. So what is subsidy to you? It doesn't bother you. They say, oh, the price of transport will go up. It's not true. We will ensure that we do local refining. Dangote will soon be ready. There's other modular refineries and other people. There are even people, they say they are doing it illegally. I'll call them and say, you don't need to do it illegally. Let's do it legally. It's simple. We will change that. That is what future we want to bring. The future we want to bring is the future that will give you hope. We will change that by making the country productive, because your time investment, people are saying, how are you talking about being productive? To show you that your country is not productive, I'm going to give you 3 examples, 2 using states and 1 using your nation. Anambra State, Enugu State, everybody is waiting to share from oil. All the states in the north with a vast land. The biggest state in Nigeria, the largest state is Niger State. Niger State have a fertile land that can feed Nigeria. Niger State is 76.3 thousand square kilometers of land. Then, Niger State can feed Nigeria. But they are waiting for statutory allocation. Niger State is fertile land. 8 local governments, about 7 to 8 local governments under the control of bandits. They can't feed themselves. They can't do anything. Netherlands without water is at 30,000 square kilometers of land. So Niger State is 2.5 times Netherlands. Netherlands last year did export of agricultural products $103 billion. 120 billion, 103 billion euros, 103 billion euros, 120 billion dollars. That means Netherlands last year no, don't worry, it's not about you.
Somebody is verifying.
No, it's not about you. They have the pilots that brought me here. If they wait for an extra 10 minutes, they won't be able to fly out of Enugu. Because I come with a chopper. But I can't leave you. I'd rather go to the airport and take them, let them go. So just wait. So what it is, so Niger State, if Niger State was able to do 1%, just 1%, I did say 2%, 1%, if they were able to do 1% of what, 1%, I didn't say 2, 1% of what Netherlands did, they will be earn $1.2 billion, just 1%. They have 2.5 times the land. I'm asking them to just do 1%. 1% would have given them $2 $1.2 billion at 650 naira per dollar is about $750 billion. That is about 4 times, 5 times their budget. But they are waiting to share from oil money, which can give them maximum of 50 billion per annum. The service other state I'm going to use, in the Niger state is north central. I'm going to use another state north east, a medium state, Taraba. Taraba state is bigger than Belgium and Israel combined. Taraba state is 54.4 thousand square kilometers of land. Belgium is 30.9. Israel is 22.1. Both of them are 53. Taraba state is 54.4. But Taraba state cannot feed itself. He's waiting to share money from this. Taraba state is on plains of Mambila. So he can grow flour, coffee, and tea. I went to India. Sorry, let me leave India. I went to Kenya. If you go to Kenya, I went to the fields. Kenya did export of over $500 million of flour last year. Flour. What is sophisticated in flour? If you go there when they are doing Valentine, the amount of flies that are coming to carry flour away, you said, what are we doing here? I saw young girls and young boys who are not graduates plucking and packing flour. They were being paid $100. And we're in this country, we're not doing anything. They are waiting for statutory allocation. Ethiopia, an African country, did export of about $1.1 billion in coffee. We are waiting for statutory allocation. Sierra Leone, with all their trouble, exported $1.4 billion worth of tea. If you combine, all this can grow in Taraba. But they are waiting for statutory allocation. It cannot continue. Your entire country is about 220 million people, like I said earlier, living on 923,000 square kilometers of land. The total export of Nigeria last year is 18.9 trillion naira. If you divide it by 650, it's under 30 billion. Government has divided by 410, so it's $47 billion. I divided by 650, it's under 30. Compare that with a country, another developing country, Vietnam. They live on 331,000 square kilometers of land. So they live on 1/3 of our land, and they are about 100 million, half of our population. Their export last year is over $350 billion. So we couldn't do 10% of what they did. That is why you have a problem with your dollar exchange. Because how do you stabilize your currency? By your reserve. What drives your reserve? Your export. If you have nothing to sell, you have nothing now. You're just there. We have nothing to sell. The oil that used to give us the dollar, they are stealing it. We are the only. So, what are you doing? You need to make the country productive. It is what we are begging you. Next year's election is an existential election. It's an election that will say the country will exist or it will not exist because it will collapse. Give all these things people are telling you. And that's why I'm begging people, that is your future. Your future is tied to next year's election. Your future is electing people who have what it takes to. This vehicle needs a competent driver. Because those who drove it have knocked the engine. So we need people who fix it. We You need to hire mechanics that will fix it and drive it. Otherwise, you have a problem. If you allow it the way it is today, it will consume everybody. And we are begging you, you can't shape the future. What will shape the future of Nigeria is competent leadership, who understands what development is all about, who knows that development is measured on HDI and can start investing in that, in health, in education, and per capita, pulling people out of poverty. And it must be clear. I was in a meeting the other day, and so it's in Guild of Editors the other day, some of you will see it. And somebody said, Peter, with all these things that you have, these ideas you have, supposing if you don't win, and somebody else wins, and wants to work with you, what will you do? I said, that is the problem of Nigeria. You want to hire a conductor, and the driver sits at the back, and be working with the driver. Then the motor will have an accident, and keep both driver and conductor. The driver must be competent. He must be a qualified driver. We can no longer sit where we manage. We're not going to manage. Because we will not sit. Countries have overtaken us. I was with the Canadian ambassador 2 days ago. And I said to him, you don't know how I feel that in Nigeria applies for visa for Canada, he has to go to Kenya. We are giants of Africa. I went to see another ambassador. He told me he will invite me for G20 as observer. I said, I won't come. I will be a member. I will drive the country to be a member. There's nothing that makes, if you hear, any day you hear G7, G20, G anything, it's economy. If your economy and is up and running, they put you in 1G. Or you become G-less. That is the future I want to drive the country to. And that's what we are talking. So next year's election, please, do not vote for anybody based on tribe. Listen to all of us. Don't vote for anybody based on tribe. I'm from the Southeast. I'm an Igbo man. I'm not running this election based on tribe. I don't want anybody to vote for me. No sentiment. I'm a Nigerian. And I'm running as a Nigerian. I'm on. So, no tribe buys bread cheaper. Not in the north, not in the east. There's no road they turned here and said it's for Igbo people. Enugu Onitsha road is the bad. Enugu Port Harcourt is the bad. Kaduna Abuja is the bad. Everywhere in north is bad. Southwest road is southeast, east-west road is the bad. Calabar to Uyo is the bad. Everywhere is bad. So Lagos Ibadan, no pass. So there's no place they built road that it was so good, and they say it's for this tribe. Show me which tribe have uninterrupted electricity. So it's not a tribal thing. This is ethnic manipulation to keep our country down. No tribe. It will not be about religion. Let nobody tell you it's about Christian or Muslim. No. Forget about what they are doing. Nobody should tell you that. I'm a Christian. Christians don't buy bread cheaper. They cannot go to the market and say, I'm a Christian, you buy rice cheaper. The bag is the same thing for Muslims, for Christians, for everybody. It's only in this country that they tell you that story. I've lived everywhere in the world where Muslims are. The Central Mosque in London is built on the best piece of land in central London. The Queen donated the land free. He's not a Muslim. And it's cost millions of pounds. The Kali Church in Dubai, both the land and the church is built by Emir of Dubai. He's a Muslim. I go there. If you go there, this church was built by Emir of Dubai. So let nobody tell you it is not a religious issue. The north is poorer. They have been in power. They are more insecure. They've been in power. So don't nobody tell you. Whether it's in Enugu, whether it's in Aba, whether it's everywhere. Nigeria is collapsing. Nobody should tell you we're in power, we're in charge. So please, do not listen to any of us who behave as if we are God. You see somebody today say, I'm the one who is going to determine who is going to be local government chairman, governor, president. You're not God. God created all of us. There's nothing that made me any better or any different than any of you here. Whatever I've achieved, whatever I have, is by His grace. There's nothing different. And you cannot abuse grace. So anybody who comes out and say, I will determine who will come here, is not God. Tell him that he's not God. That is why I'm running. I want to be president. I'm applying for the job. That's why I'm here. I'm here. Let everybody who wants to do the same thing come here and explain to you. Not to fear. Not to fear somebody. No representative. I told them in Caravana, no representative. It's only in Nigeria you're running for election. You're looking for a job. They say, why can't his spokesman speak for him? When Obama was on, did you see spokesman? It's only in Nigeria. You are taking what I'm saying now. Why? Tomorrow, you saw Oga, you're not doing what you said. Not tomorrow when you say, hey, it wasn't me. It was Mr. Ozibo who told you. No. I'm the one applying for the job. You are the owner of the company. So the applicant must appear before the owners. Not to fear anybody. If I have my time, I'll visit every university. I want to go and tell them what I'm going to do. I want to tell them that university will not be closed under me. Because that is what is going to happen. So you have to go to them. You cannot go and stay there miles away and say, it's my turn. No way. It is turn of Nigerians youth to take back their country. And you must take it back. That's what we want to do. Whoever you give it now will know it was elected by the people. That is why I'm running. That's why I don't care about what anybody says. Oh, these people are too big. We're all applying for a job. Big man, small man. The owners of the company will say who they will employ. So don't stay in your house and say, I am qualified, I'm this, I'm that. We put you there before. You stole our money and you want to use it to intimidate us. No way. Next year's election will be based on character we can trust. So if P2B says, I will fight corruption, and I'll fight it. Because corruption kills three things that makes a society. It kills entrepreneurship. It kills professionalism. And it kills hard work. So you must stop it. If I say I'm going to do it, I say, go to Anambra State. I was governor there. If you go there and their money is missing, hold me responsible. And when you talk about corruption, corruption is abuse of, when you measure corruption index, perception index is measured on management of public assets. So if you were a governor, local government chairman or president, how did you manage the assets of the country? That includes nepotism. How many of the nations did you give job? How many of them had job? So you can go to Anambra State and ask them whether Peter Obi's chief of staff, commissioner, was from his village. Not one. You can ask them, includes how you manage land and the resources of the state. You can go to Anambra State. If you see any piece of land allocated to Peter Obi, directly or indirectly, come and stop running. I have a case of war where my housing person in charge of our housing authority gave me land, and I told him no. So I can tell you that the day I left office, I was not owing, people can doubt anything, I was not owing one, any pension to any civil, listen to me, to any civil servant. I was not owing salary to any civil servant. I was not owing gratuity to any civil servant. No contractor. I didn't say no contractor who gave job was not being owed. No contractor who has executed his job, certificate issued as being owed. And no, I repeat, no supplier who has supplied goods was not paid. And as at that day I left, Nigeria was being measured based on HDI and NDG. I was number one. And you can go and check. We moved our education from number 26 to number 1. Our health was working and everything. I didn't feel doing anything. No. There things remain because government is a continuum. But the that day I left, if you go to, as at that day, if you walk until date, the banks are still in Nigeria, your relations are working here, they know if you go to Access Bank, managed by then by Ike Mokwode from Edo State as managing director, I had $50 million, 10 billion naira for Anambra State. If you go to Diamond Bank, managed by Alex Oti, then I have $50 million, 10 billion naira for Anambra State. If you go to Fidelity Bank, managed by Nnamdi Okonkwo, I have $50 million, 10 billion naira for Anambra State. My speaker then brought a law for me, which he wants me to sign, that I should be paid allowance, severance. They have to build a house for me in Oka, build a house for me in Abuja, and pay me certain amount. And I say, Mr. Speaker, I'm done. I'm going home to my children. Anambra State have never bought me pure water. Not go to Anambra State. They've never bought me a bottle of water since I left 9 years ago. I've never gone there. I don't own any land in Oka. I don't have a house in Oka. Where I was coming now, I told them that the present governor of Bauchi State saw me about a month ago. He said, you're the only governor I gave land in Abuja that haven't developed its own. And I said, I don't need a land house in Abuja. I manage my headache and my problems peacefully. The more of these things you owe, the more headache and more problem you put in your head. So I want to, it's all health problem issue. People think that owing a lot is also a health challenge. Because people will be selling you no generator, no this, that. So for me, I left them and go home. What am I saying? Character you can trust. So go and verify. The person who wants to be your president must be competent. He must understand the issues and be able to explain to you. Don't listen to these people who tell you, hey, they have a fantastic written manifesto. No. Anybody can go and package it and write and circulate to you. And when 90% of your leaders don't know what is written in documents they are moving around. You must have the capacity. You must have the capacity. You must have the commitment. You must have the commitment to be able to drive the proper That's how societies are moved. This job requires physical and mental energy. It is not something waste time. It's something you have to know. I was in Oka yesterday. I spoke in Oka. I spoke in Enugu yesterday. As some of you know, where they have Christian council in Transekulu. I spoke in Owerri, and I spoke at Benin. Today I've been to Calabar, and I'm here, and I'm going to Lagos. It requires physical and mental energy. Don't go and, it is not something you manage. We need to do it. Because where Nigeria is now, you need to work 30 hours or 24 hours a day to pull it out of the brains. My dear people, you have no other country. Your future is next year's election. So then let nobody tell you shaping your future. I've only wanted to shape those who drive this vehicle. Hire the proper drivers first, so you can sit down. Don't hire these people who don't know where they're going. If you don't know where you're going, every road will lead you there. That's how Nigeria is now. Turn left is good, turn right is good. Even worse, that you have people who could not even tell you when things are bad or good. So they are dumb, they are deaf. So it is important. The future is in your hands. The people you hire is your future. And it's critical. If you do the wrong thing, the future will take revenge on you. God bless you.
We invite Noel Alomona to present the award to him before he leaves the stage. Please. Okay, he wants to take a question or two from people. Who can ask the question? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me ask this lady. They say ladies first.
Mike President. I'm sorry. My name is Chibwa Basitonia. I have a worry. We've been here for a long time. Actually, we started yesterday. We've been bombarded, the energy, why we should vote. I mean, it's awesome. I don't know what to tell you, Noah. God bless you. My worry now is, why is it difficult? We are the ones bringing you in. The power lies with us. We elect you to work for us, and you are there. Why is it difficult in Nigeria to now say, you are not doing the right thing, please leave? Why is it difficult?
We take another question from the back. Sorry.
I can 5.
Okay. My name is Ike Chukwu. My question, sir, Mr. President, the incoming president, is please, we want to see, actually like an input, can we see more of this in the northern part of Nigeria? More of your engagement with the northern youths.
The final one from this side. Okay. I think you want to ask Kokun?
Mr. President, I greet you, sir. Please, my question goes like this. Why is it, I was wondering, I was coming back on Thursday from Lagos. From Lagos, Ojota, where I entered vehicle to Delta State was double lane highway. But I entered from Anambra to Enugu was single lane. And I was asking this question, why is it different that in Igbo, the Igbo leaders are not functional like what I see in other places? Why is the highway all the way from Health Bridge was single lane highway to Ebonyi State? And there was a fatal accident that happened that last month that consumed the whole passengers. Nobody survived. A shipping trailer crushed a bus because of one lane until Dave Umaye was doing a double lane. Another lane from Lagos to Delta State was double lane high lane. As I'm still speaking now, my mom called me that I should not come back to Ehamu that Fulani is slaughtering people now. I should not enter vehicle today and tomorrow. And we have leaders and are not doing anything. Thank you, sir.
I think you can take the question, sir.
Let me answer this three. Well, let me be honest with you. The last speaker, it will be difficult for me to answer that question. What I told you is the people you hire is a problem. These are things that will inform you to hire well. Because if your governor is sure that he was elected, you elected them, they will be able to push. When I was governor, Head Bridge Onitsha. When I was governor, you can't pass the Onitsha Head Bridge. If you pass Onitsha Head Bridge, you can't go anywhere. It was a mess. And I recall going to President Obasanjo and saying, sir, I want to do 10 lane from Head Bridge to Upper Iweka. He asked me, what are you talking? I said, yes. I want to do 2 lane on the outskirts, 2 lane here, and do 3 in between. What I want federal government to do for me, so award the contract, allow me to pay, and they refund me. And my brother, I was in that road for Head Bridge. I was in that road for Head Bridge to Omonia when I left government. And they were refunding Anambra State. The rest is, I can't say for other people. The people you elect is important. The person who told me about engaging more in the North, I thank you. You know, I didn't just come here. That's why I said, let me see your question. I didn't come here just to talk to you. I also came to learn. Leadership, learning, and listening are inseparable. If you can't learn, and you can't listen and you can't learn, you shouldn't lead. Anybody who cannot do these 2 things should not lead. It's like a man who knows everything. If anybody knows everything, don't ever allow him to lead. He's an idiot. So, I've listened to you, and I assure you, I will make it happen. Madam, we can make people go. What we do here is that we celebrate criminality. Everybody here is worried now about who will be governor, who will be this. Peter Obi becomes governor. In my village, when I became governor, everybody knew I did not have a house. My village. Thank you. It will shock you that when I wanted to contest the election, the first thing they told me is that I must come and build a house. In my village. They said, you don't have a house. How can we vote for you to be a governor when you don't have a house in the village? I didn't say I want to build a house. I said I want to be governor. It has nothing to do with the building. And I'm happy that it's governor. While I was governor, everybody comes to me in Oka. Hey, this man, look at the house in his village. Look at the house in Ka. How can he be governor? You don't have a house in your village. You don't, hey, this thing is not this thing. People are laughing at you. Hey, who told those people to laugh? Am I a comedian? No. I was elected to do a job, not to build a house. I'm sure my sister, till today, you know I don't have a house in my village. My mother built one, 2-bedroom flat. I stayed there. December now I'm there. And it suits me. The people who want to live in mansion, it suits them. It doesn't conflict with my interests. I'm not a poor man, no. I'm a very comfortable man. I've made money, I'm rich, but I don't want, there's nothing there. The 2-bedroom is okay. I can sleep in it. and wake up in the morning. The people that are living around me don't even have mansion. I have friends who build lawn tennis swimming pool in the village. How? People have not eaten. Why are you building this in the village? Is it when your relations come, you're swimming? When they have all the problem in the world? I have friends who build very lovely house, furnish it with white seats. When the villagers come, they're saying, you can't sit here, you can't sit. Why are you telling them? Why don't you buy the type that is there and put it in the seat you sit? That's why I'm living with them. No quarrel. I'm not happy with them. They want to see me always. So, you can. It is us that will ask them. What am I saying? If they vote me in, I steal their money, build a house, call bishop, call everybody, and doing housewarming, house opening, they will come. Bishop will be preaching. Whoever I got the money, let God double it. The people are singing. Everybody say, in other countries they call police because they know where it came from. You've stolen their money. Here they celebrate you. I don't want that type of life. My dear people, I have a flight to catch by 6. That's what they're warning me. But let me assure you that I remain in this race. I'm committed to Nigeria. And I've said to the Nigerian youth, hold me responsible. I'll change this country. I assure you of my commitment. I'm not joking about it. We will make it work. You'll be proud. We have Nigerians. We have a Nigeria, but we don't have Nigerians. I want to build Nigerians who will be happy. I was telling somebody yesterday, we are watching World Cup from our home. 220 million people. The entire African country that qualified for World Cup, all of them put together, is about 130 million. And we only is 220. And we cannot make it. Never. If I'm voted in, from 2023, we'll start planning the next World Cup. We cannot miss anything. We are giants, and we'll be giants. If you want to give us visa, you come here. We'll make our schools work. We're not going to go to school in Ghana or Kenya. They will come here, because we are giants. Giants must behave as giants, or you resign and call yourself something else. That's what I want to do. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. There will be, hold on, please, hold on. We want to do two things before he leaves, and it will be sharp. So, what we are going to do, so the Future Shapers Award.
We are going to reject this one. I said it before. Every award will come after office, not when you are starting. So we'll know whether you perform and you merited it.
Awarding you for the past.
No. Don't worry. I'm looking for a job now. What do you do for me now? Pray for me, campaign for me. When I finish, I'll come back. You see this thing? Don't think if I become president, I won't come here again. No. That's when I'll come to answer my sister who said they'll put me out of job. When I become president, go and write it. We'll say come back. Because it's you that made it possible. I have to come back and answer you. When I'm not finished, I take a award. But I'm very, very happy with this young man, with what he's doing, and I assure you, you have my number. I'm going to give you everything. I'm going to work with you. I'm not going away. Thank you, and God bless you.
Pictures with the organizers. Bring pictures with the organizers. The organizers, please come. The organizers, please go to the pictures with the organizers, quickly. Change the background picture. The organizers, please. Pictures, not everybody. And panelists. Maybe I should also take this opportunity to stand and take a picture. You understand what I mean? The panelists only.
Nanga wa my wife na mana to be see the photo that.
Up, all the panelists, please.
Von, your panelists. A moderator.
I would like to announce
that the governor of Enugu State sent the SPA on diaspora, Mrs. Olangwa Ezepo, here, and we thank you for coming. Thank you very much, ma, for coming. God bless you. Thank you. The organizers, na anyị kwara sete na Peter isitere mmeso ngike. Thank you very much. Von happy akonaba. Go and verify whether you like it or not. Go and whether you like it or not. Go and
Okay. Are you happy you came here? Are you leaving? We have not closed though. Have you seen me? You have seen Peter Obi. Have you seen me? Because I'm not running for president. Okay, so what do you want next? Have you forgotten we know they give? Okay, so please, before you leave, if you are making your way out, that's when you are leaving, you take a look at the left side of that exit point. There's a 360 photo booth there. On top of it, you stand and then it spins you 360. It's a beautiful thing you might want to just experience. So please ensure as many of you as possible that want to do it.
Thank you.
And then all the volunteers, we need you back on stage. All the volunteers, we need you on stage for a general photograph. And after the volunteers, all of you who came here today would like to also have you on stage for group photograph. Don't forget to tweet these things, make it go viral, because today we have finally shaped the future. So volunteers, please come on stage. I think, before you think, sir, did he do an amazing job today? Yeah. If you love the job he did, give him a rousing applause.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I'm grateful.
Okay, just before the photos, well, there are people who have some gifts for you. I hope you won't reject it like Peter Obi. So please, we have some things to give you. Just before they join you. Portraits, and I hope you are not going to reject it, yes. Portrait. Put your hands together. Come and take a photo with him. Come.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Where's the official photographers? They have followed Peter Obi to Abuja. Where are they? The official photographers, we need you now, please.
Picture guy,
There's another one. Okay, so these guys love what you're doing and they just want to do the portraits with you. The photographers, where are you? We need you.
Photo.
The official photographers, we need you. Okay, she's coming.
I want to join all members of Boys Champions to wish Noel Alumona and Dr. Chinenye Uzochukwu the best of days in the next few days as they celebrate their traditional wedding somewhere in Nigeria. Please give them a round of applause and prayers later for their success of their marriage. God bless you.
Okay, so just in case you didn't notice the beautiful wife, she's the one sitting in front, right? So please stand and see you.
She's tall, just like Michelle Obama.
Please put your hands together for her. So someday, if Ifeanyi decides to run for president, you'll be a future first lady. We would like to have a fine first lady like you in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, so beautiful people, we want to say thank you for being here today. It's been an amazing time out for coming here. Thank you very much. To all the panelists, you did fantastically well. Thank you, everyone, for all that you put into this to make it work. We love you. Together we will keep shaping the future and make life in our country better than it is presently. Many thanks to all the organizers. Oyembo, you put in a lot of work for this, so let me recognize you. My friend Henry,
I see you. Tracy Dominic, I see you. And the rest of the queue, thank you. God bless you. God bless all of you.